Everybody, welcome to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for March 16th, 2021. If you'll please join Supervisor Half, she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, well, good morning and welcome. I'm going to look to the board clerk. She will read our public participation procedures and take it away. Cece, please.
Good morning. In order to protect the public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the agenda item when the agenda item is read by the board clerk. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in order that it's received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments through these media. These are available for audio and visual only. The Tuolumne County website, https://www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/board-meetings. Number 2, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8. Number 3, Zoom webinar via computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 and or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tend to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams, and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important notice under the Governor's Executive Order N2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference, and under Order N2920 accessibility requirements, if you need swift special assistance during the meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right, thank you very much for that. And so at this time, I'll open the meeting up to oral communications. And kind of our statement of values on that is that our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the agenda. The public can comment, and the time limit is 3 minutes per speaker, and no action may be taken on board topics discussed. Your board members listen carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time and the personal investment in our community. And so I'm going to look to Tracy in the back to see if we have any comments. She's shaking her head, so we do not. I'll move on to staff reports. At this time, staff may present any public service announcement, commendations of staff, and brief the board on project updates, and no action may be taken by the board. Is there any staff comment at this time? Good morning.
Good morning. Debbie Eskew from the Veteran Service Office. I just want to make this announcement that the American Rescue Plan was adopted March 11th for any veteran that has a debt for copays, medical copays. They're being waived from April 6th, 2020 to September 30th, 2021. I know a lot of veterans listen in on the supervisors, so I want to make sure that that message gets out to them, because some of these debts are several $1,000s, depending on what's happened this last year due to COVID. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? April 6th, 2020 through 30 September 2021. So anytime during that period, and if they've paid their copays, they will be reimbursed that monies. And I have a phone number for you too. It's 866-400-1238. And that's the Medical Debt Management Office. All right, any other questions? All right, have a good day.
Thank you very much. Any other staff reports? Okay, I don't see anybody jumping up. So if it's all right with the board, we'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar before going on to item 9, which is recognition of some of our deputies. So I'll look to the clerk to read the consent calendar for us.
Number 1, approving the minutes of March 2nd, 2021 meeting. Number 2, consideration of approving the reappointment of Melody Broadby to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging with a term to expire December 31st, 2023. Number 3, consideration of approving amendment number 2 to the Columbia Airport T-Mobile cell tower lease and authorizing the board chair to sign. Number 4, declaring various equipment as surplus that are not required for public use and authorizing the deputy purchasing agent to dispose of the property through e-waste, scrap metal, online auction, or one-day sale at the Sheriff's Board Patrol Yard located at 10915 North Airport, Columbia, California, on a date to be determined. Number 5, consideration of accepting unanticipated revenue of $13,845.16 from the Sonora Area Foundation through its supporting organization, the Irving J. Simons Foundation for Tuolumne County for Rapid Intervention Team PAC Fast Attack Emergency Air Supply Units. Number 6, approving the appointment of Lydia Dugan to the Oak Grove Cemetery District with a term to expire January 31, 2024. Number 7, consideration of approving a contract in the amount of $64,574.77 to Mountain Methods Incorporated to perform the work as shown in the plans and bid book for contract number 1713, Shaw's Flat Road 49 intersection improvement project, and authorize the chair to sign. Number 8, consideration of CDBG contract amendments with Tuolumne Utilities District, Amador Tuolumne County Community Action Agency, and Cox Consulting.
Okay, would any board member like to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion? Okay. So would any supervisor like to pull an item? Okay. Are there any comments from the board on the consent calendar? Supervisor Haff?
Yes, I just wanted to commend Lydia Dugan for her volunteer work. She's fairly new here. She's been here full-time 2 years, and she's going to be volunteering for the cemetery district in Groveland. So I just wanted to give a shout out and tell her thank you and welcome to the world of volunteering for Tuolumne County.
All right, I agree very much with that. Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes, thank you. Likewise, similar, on item number 2, the reappointment of Melody Broadby, I'd just like to public acknowledge her continued participation. She's been doing this, and she's agreed to be reappointed, and just wanted to thank her very much for doing that. It's very much appreciated. Thank you, Melody.
Okay, any other comments from the board? All right, looking to see, is there any public comment on the consent? All right, no public comment. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as written.
I'll make a motion to approve the calendars written.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Half,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, so I'll move on to our recognition before our public health takes the seat, because this is something that is really truly shows what law enforcement does in our community by their actions and their heroism. And so I'll look to the board clerk to read item 9 on our agenda today.
Recognition of the heroic efforts of Tuolumne County Sheriff's Corporal Andrew Long and Calaveras County Deputy Jason Markavez.
Good morning.
Can you hear me now? All right, good morning, members of the board, Chairman Campbell, Eric Earhart with the County Administrator's Office. So before you today are 2 certificates of recognition for Corporal Long of the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office and Deputy Markovitz of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. The early morning hours of Monday, February 8th, law enforcement was called to the area of Parrots Ferry Bridge for a report of a suicidal subject. When they arrived, they located the vehicle, but could not locate the individual that they were searching for. It was dark, obviously. As soon as daybreak hit, a team led by Corporal Long, including the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office Boat Patrol, Search and Rescue, and Calaveras County Sheriff's Office, all responded to the area to continue to search the area. The fear was that he had jumped off the bridge at that point. While searching the area, the subject was located on the bridge, and Corporal Long made contact and began a dialect with him to try to talk him down and protect him. However, at that time, the individual backed up and ultimately climbed over the rail and attempted to jump. Corporal Long miraculously was fast enough to reach through the bridge, through the guardrail, and grab this individual before he fell 150 feet to the water. Deputy Markovitz of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office was also there and was able to hastily move into place to help him secure the individual until our search and rescue folks could help lift him to safety. There's no doubt that these actions that day saved this individual's life, and we are asking that your board recognize them through a certificate of recognition for their efforts for Corporal Long and Deputy Markovitz. And I believe Tuolumne County Sheriff Bill Pooley also has something he'd like to add.
First, introductions. Today I have with me Sheriff Rick DiVicilio from Calaveras County. Unfortunately, Jason couldn't be with us today. He was in trial and doing other duties. So, I'd like to thank the board for recognizing Corporal Long and Deputy Markovitz today. Obviously, Eric has already spoken as to the actions that happened that day. I will tell you this. The pictures are worth 1,000 words, and that is absolutely amazing. So today, I would like to award Deputy Long and Deputy Markovitz the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office Life Saving Award. Sheriff? The Tuolumne County Sheriff's Life Saving Award, or medal, is awarded for those who perform an exceptional act under emergency conditions where those actions preserve life or save a life. This is a truly amazing event. The comment was made from a news reporter out of New York that said, "This is the photo that movies are made out of." It's just absolutely incredible. And Andrew, how you reached out and grabbed him through that is absolutely amazing. Great timing. Good for you. I'm so happy you were there.
First off, thank you for the recognition. I appreciate that. Everything we do law enforcement, first responders is a team effort. So there's no way I could have done that by myself. We had some great people that day. Jason, amazing job helping me out. Search and rescue, amazing job searching. And personally, it's hard to understand how it happened. It happened, and my opinion, I got some help from above, and thankfully he's here today, and he got the help he needed. So thank you for your recognition, and
Thank you.
Morning, Chair Campbell, Honorable Supervisors, Sheriff Rick DiBasilio, Calaveras County. As Sheriff Pooley said, unfortunately, Jason's not able to be here. He's tied up in court, one of our other duties. I do want to say that the young men and women that we employ, both in our county and in your county, are amazing. We work very well together, and obviously this was a team effort, like the deputy just said. People tend to say that this is a hero's job. This is not a hero's job. These guys and gals do this every day. This is their job. This is what they signed on for, and they enjoy doing it. We, in law enforcement, have taken a bad rap for quite a while here recently, and this just shows the dedication that these young men and women have in our communities. I'm very proud to accept this for Jason. I'm going to see if I can't get Sheriff Pooley to my side of the river in front of my board here in the near future to recognize Jason personally. So thank you very much for the award, Sheriff Pooley, and board. Thank you.
Thank you. And, oh, sorry, go ahead, Sheriff.
no, go right ahead.
Well, I was going to see, do we have any public comment? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Who'd like to start? Supervisor Brandon?
Sheriff Pooley, Deputy Long, and Deputy, I couldn't quite read, what was your name again? DiBasilio.
Italian is hard.
There we go. Well, when I saw this on Facebook, I couldn't believe, I mean, as you said, this is one of those photos you expect in the front of the New York Times, or, you know, a huge paper like that. It was an amazing story to read about, and, you know, thank you for all of your effort in that. I can only imagine, like I said, I mean, between the bars of being able to actually reach through and grab that guy, and to be able to save his life, and to do so in just a snap moment when he's already jumping off the bridge. It speaks a lot to the training and the instinct you have, which is just fantastic. So thank you, and please also, you know, send our congratulations to Deputy Long, or Deputy Markovitz as well. I really appreciate your service to our community.
When Sheriff Pooley sent a text on this, I had to look at it, and I went, nah, this isn't real. And I kind of put my phone down, and I picked it back up and looked at it again, and I said, wow, you know, this is incredible. And what you did was incredible. The timing, you know, you just wonder how, you know, it was even possible. And I just want to say wow and thank you, you know, so much for your efforts. It's incredible. Thanks.
What to say what hasn't already been said, but thank you. You look like you work out, you look like you're fit, but like you said, I think there's some influence from above, because that's incredible. So kind of like the sheriff said, law enforcement has a bad rap right now. And one of the reasons why I really wanted to get you guys up in front of here, other than this being amazing, is I just want you to know, I want the sheriff to know, the board, our Tuolumne County, we stand with law enforcement, and we back you guys up, because you're putting your lives on the line every single day. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah. I want a muffled sound here. Excuse me.
Supervisor, I took my earrings off so that I could get my mask off easier.
Wardrobe malfunction. Actually, truth in advertising, I just got my first set of hearing aids, and they don't do well with masks. They want to come off. So, yeah. Now, you're the sheriff for Calaveras County, is that correct? Yeah, I just wanted to recognize you. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself to you earlier. Nice to meet you. Yeah. And Supervisor Kirk stole my thunder. I concur. There's definitely influence from above, and I'm glad that you acknowledge that. And also, I wanted to make a comment about where we live in Calaveras and Tuolumne County. I do believe it's not just the board up here that supports you. I believe our communities support law enforcement, and we're very blessed to live in a place where that is the case. Just want to thank you again for your service, your teamwork, and your spirit.
Yeah, and I get the duty of presenting you these certificates, but before I do, I can't agree more with what others have said here today about your heroism, and I just wanted to kind of highlight that mental health and depression it's not something that it's very difficult for people to handle on their own and overcome it. And it takes a community, and it takes several elements of the community. Behavioral health, it takes friends and family. And when all of that has, when people have slipped through the cracks of all of that, it falls on law enforcement to try and save these people who are struggling in the darkest hours of their lives. And I'm just so happy that you were there. To truly save a life. And I don't want to thank you for your actions on that day, because I'm sure you've been thanked for that many times up to this point. I want to thank you for the thousands and hundreds of heroic acts that you've taken, and the deputies like you in our county, in Calaveras County, all throughout California and the nation have taken, that have gone unrecognized, and that go unrecognized every day. Those are the actions that we have this amazing photograph to show us what a typical day, maybe not a typical day, but what can happen in the lives of law enforcement. And it's an example of, there aren't cameras there 99% of the time documenting the actions that are taken. And so for those acts, I say truly thank you. And I have some certificates that I'm going to present to you now. So if you'll join me at the podium. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read this. All right, this Board of Supervisors hereby expresses our profound appreciation for the bravery, heroic, and quick actions of Tuolumne County Sheriff's Corporal Andrew Long in saving the life of an individual. And the Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its profound appreciation for the bravery and heroic quick actions of Calaveras County Deputy Jason Markovitz in saving the life of this individual. Thanks very much, guys. Okay, so I acted a little early. Do we want to vote on this? Actually takes a vote of the board. So I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to recognize the heroic efforts of Sheriff Long and Jason, and recognition.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, move on to item 10. Item 10, Ms. Cunha, would you please read that for us?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 1821 proclaiming March 29, 2021 as Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day.
Hello again.
Hi, good morning again. Yes, with your adoption of this resolution, as you well know, the 29th of March is a National Recognition Day, and we honor the more than 3 million Americans who served, and we pay tribute to those who have laid to rest, and reaffirm our dedication in showing a generation of veterans the respect and support of a grateful nation. And on a side note, to let you know that our chapter here, the Vietnam Veteran Chapter, is one of the largest chapters in California, and I believe in the United States, that we have here in Tuolumne County. We are very proud of those members. So I'm requesting you to accept this resolution, and I take it to vote now.
Okay. Well, thanks very much. I'll look to see if, is there any
Questions
public
or-
comment or questions from the board? Okay, so any public comment? All right, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to note a good friend of mine and former coworker who was a Vietnam vet recently died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But, you know, he was involved here locally, very supportive of the organization and what was done. And, you know, he would have been proud to see this again, this recognition. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. We're very proud of our Vietnam vets here.
Supervisor Half.
Debbie, I just wanted to take the time to thank you for all you do
Oh, thank you.
for the veterans, for our community, and I know you have you have veterans that come from other areas just
Yes,
to get
ma'am.
your help as well. So I just wanted to recognize you and thank you for all that you
Thank
do.
you. We have a great office.
You-
I appreciate that.
You really do.
Hi, Debbie. Just wanted to echo that, and I wanted to mention it, but you brought it up too. We have one of the strongest Vietnam veteran chapters here in Tuolumne County, and very proud to be living in a community that has such a commitment to service. I believe we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 10% veterans in our community, which is over 5,000, which is just a massive number, and it's truly inspiring. And echoing Supervisor Half, thank you for all the work that you do in, your tiny but mighty office. To any veterans listening to this right now, if you are needing any guidance in any programs, if you are looking for support, they do a fantastic amount of work in being able to try to connect you to resources. You bring in a lot of money into the community to
Yes, we do.
support those who need it, and those who have served. And so for that, even though it's a little separate from the resolution, thank you for writing this, but thank you for the work you do.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll make it short and sweet because everybody's already said it all. But Debbie, you're awesome. This is the first year I've got to sit on the Veterans Committee. Although I've only been to a meeting, maybe two, I think it was just one. I really enjoy the group. They're my kind of people. So thank you the vets who are listening, and just thank you very much.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that's been said. My father was a veteran, and the first line in the memo talks about the welcome home or lack thereof that Vietnam War veterans received at the time, and I think that the sentiment in the country has changed significantly since then, but I remember hearing about kind of the pain and the bitterness from veterans of that war in particular, and so I think it's necessary for us to go out of our way to highlight the sacrifices of Vietnam War era veterans and those that didn't come home. Thanks very much for bringing this to us, and I'll look to see if there's a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can do public comment.
Yeah, no.
Sure. I'll make a motion to proclaim March 29th, 2021 as a Welcome Home Veterans Day.
And I'll second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay, 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, and one thing I've neglected to mention at the outside is that item 12 has been pulled from the agenda. Okay, we'll move on to item 11.
Approval to extend the building lease for the Public Health Department of Social Services building.
Morning. Karen McGettigan, Deputy Director at Health and Human Services Agency. I'm here to talk to you about the recommendation to renew the lease between the Living Trust of Joan Del Secco and our agency. And I wanted to give a little bit of background about that lease for the benefit of the public. Although we have a lot of sub-programs and divisions, Health and Human Services has three major divisions or departments: behavioral health, public health, and social services, which are spread across different buildings on separate campuses currently. Behavioral health and some operational pieces of social services are located at the former Tuolumne General Hospital facility in downtown Sonora. And the remainder of social services and public health are located at the Cedar Road campus. The Cedar Road campus has two buildings under two separate leases, two different building owners. The one I am here to discuss is for 20111 Cedar Road North. Since 1995, our agency has leased this building for public health and child welfare services departments. This lease includes the building as well as a small portion of the parking lot. It is a 15,200 square foot building. This year we are paying 99 cents per square foot. It will, if this is extended, it will go up. It goes up a penny every year, so it will be $1 a square foot, which means our rent is approximately $15,200 per month or $182,400 per year. This is also a triple net lease, which means that is only the base payment. We are also responsible to pay the insurance and the taxes on the property that we are leasing. As the public is maybe aware, many of the clients that access services through Health and Human Services access more than one department. It is not unusual to have a client who accesses programs at behavioral health, child welfare, and public health. So to improve community access to these programs, as well as to further streamline our own integrated process, our three major departments will be co-located onto one campus. Doing so will eliminate the need for both of those very costly leases and result in a direct savings of hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. Myself and my staff are working very closely with county facilities management to facilitate those necessary moves over into the county-owned former hospital facilities. Some of us, including myself, have already been relocated. The lease before you today is going to expire in June if we do not extend it. Although we had hoped to have public health and child welfare moved into the former hospital facility prior to this lease's expiration, the need for the county to focus its efforts on the appropriate use of CARES funding, which expired in December, as well as opening the new jail, meant that we could not coordinate all of the remodeling that needs to happen in order to get that done by June. So we must renew the lease to allow us time to move those departments over. Although the agreement before you does extend the lease through fiscal year 2024, we have a goal of full relocation of those two departments, child welfare and public health, by fiscal year 2022. So you'll note that in the memo prepared for this agenda item, the lease agreement does include provisional language that allows for an early termination of the lease given proper notice to the lessor. The total cost of this 3-year lease extension, should it run all the way through 2024, is $552,672 and is already budgeted annually within the social services and public health cost centers. So it is our recommendation that your board approve the real property lease between the County of Tuolumne and the Living Trust of Joan Del Secco for 3 additional years, and that the county administrator be authorized to sign the amendment. Are there any questions?
Okay, questions from the board?
I think you said it, but I just want to clarify. Early termination, great. And then I know you guys have plans to get in there by 2022, but if things fell apart, you guys are fully funded to do the lease all the way through if it, okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure I have a safety net, but I think this is awesome. Go, go, go. Consolidate, consolidate, save money. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of this type of thought processes and looking, and there's probably other areas in the county where, you know, we can do this as well. This is setting a very good example to move down this road. You know, roughly a savings, you know, I think with the taxes and insurance, probably, you know, bordering on $200,000 a year. And so that's money that could be well used in other areas. So thank you very much for your efforts. And
Absolutely. Thank you for your
Managing this.
support.
Karen, I thank you for all you do for social services, for human services. And just wanted to make it clear that, and you pretty much said it, but for the public who doesn't understand, the money that comes to pay for your rent in any of these buildings comes from the social services budget and does not come from the general fund.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you stole my question. I was going to ask you to expand a little bit on DSSPH cost centers, but I think that covers it. Any public comments? Okay. Just one thing I'll say is that, you know, this has been something that I've been excited to see for a long time, ever since TGH closed. Our county is at the same time one of the largest non-federal, non-state property owners in the county, and we are also one of the largest renters of, or leasees of space in the county. And so if there are places where we can consolidate and find savings on office space, I'm really happy to see that. And the fact that you're working on it and it could save more than $500,000 a year, I think is really exciting. So, any other comments from the board, or I'll look for a motion?
Oh, public comment?
Yes, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay. I'd like to move to approve to extend the building lease for the Public Health and Department of Social Services building.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Haff, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, so that was item 11, and as I said before, item 12 has been pulled. So we'll move on to item 13. Clerk, would you please read that for us?
Consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue from state firefighting activities.
Morning.
Good morning, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Before you today for consideration is looking at unanticipated revenue from the state firefighting activities that's contained within your county fire fund. One of the revenues is the state firefighting fund in the county fire budget, and it's always hard for county fire and the CAO's office to predict how much we're going to get in each year. These funds are obtained throughout the year as a result of reimbursement for personnel and equipment that goes out to fires in other jurisdictions to assist them. In the budget currently, what we have for this fiscal year is $350,000. To date, and this is and I apologize, there was a mistake in my memo. To date, the county has received and deposited a total of $743,414. County Fire is currently requesting to recognize some of these additional revenues in order to pay for 2 very much needed vehicles in their fleets. The first vehicle that they would like to replace is basically the mechanic's fleet vehicle. Currently, the fleet vehicle is a 2001 Dodge Ram 3500 with over 220,000 miles, and is in badly need of repairs. Basically, right now, the repairs would cost more than the truck's value. The second vehicle they're looking at replacing is a utility vehicle that's driven by our senior fire inspector. Currently, the senior fire inspector is driving a 1997 Dodge Ram 1500 with 165,464 miles. And again, just like the fleet vehicle, it's in badly need of repairs. And again, the repairs are going to cost more than the vehicles. With the start of fire season coming in the next couple of weeks, staff is asking that these two vehicles be replaced before the next fiscal year. The total replacement cost of both the vehicles is $190,000. So County Fire is requesting to recognize $190,000 out of the additional unanticipated revenue total of $393,414 to purchase the two vehicles described above. What your board needs to know, and what's not included in your memo, is you have some options. Okay, so let me run through the options that you have with unanticipated revenue. The first option would be that not allow the purchase of these two vehicles and recognize some or all of the unanticipated revenue in the fire fund. And then there would be a corresponding reduction in the general fund contribution to fire. This current fiscal year, at the beginning of the budget, we did make a significant contribution of general fund money into the fire budget. So option 2 would be to allow for the purchase of the two vehicles and recognize all of the unanticipated revenue. So that would mean $190,000 would go to the purchase of the two vehicles, and then the remaining $203,414 of unanticipated revenue would then be placed into the fire fund with a corresponding reduction in general fund contribution to fire. The third option that you have before you is the option that's listed in your board memo. And that is to, at this point in time, for your board to recognize $190,000 only in unanticipated revenue to purchase two of the vehicles, and then have the remaining fire fund, have the remaining unanticipated revenue remain unallocated at this point in time. I know that there are a lot of items in the county fire budget that are below what we normally have in those line items. For example, I know, thank you, sorry, he was missing. So our assistant chief, Andy Murphy, can talk better about it than I can, but for example, the clothing line item, the small tools, I know they need an exhaust system in the Jamestown Fire Station, and then also there are new equipment for the fire engine that we bought the previous fiscal year. We'll need some equipment, and so there's additional costs that I know he would like to use his other unanticipated revenue for. So staff is before you today to recommend to you that we, at this point in time, to recognize only the $190,000 of unanticipated revenue for the purchase of the two vehicles and not allocate the additional unanticipated revenue at this point in time. One thing your board should note, that any time in any department, whether it's a general fund department or a fund, if unanticipated revenue comes in order for a department to spend that money, the item has to come in front of your board. So it's not that if Chief Murphy wants to spend this money that's not allocated, an item would have to come before your board for your consideration. So today, that's our report. Andy, anything else? So Andy and I are here in case you have any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Supervisor Kirk?
This might be a Tracy question. Do we have a standard or procedure that we follow whenever there's unanticipated revenues? Do we always discuss spending it at the time it's presented to the board?
Yes, so anytime we would have unanticipated revenue, if there are needs for that department, we always look to see if we can use that additional revenue to meet the needs that we were unable to meet in other years or in that current fiscal year. So this is not an abnormal practice, but it is always brought to your board so you can decide how you would like to allocate those funds, if at all.
Would it be fair to say if those revenues were anticipated, this is how they would be spent?
Possibly. We know that they have a long list of equipment that is very aging and old. So as you know, we've been working to get that equipment updated. So had we known this, we probably would have asked your board to consider updating some of that equipment. We just didn't know that at the time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to, I mean, it's not that complicated, but I'm not knowing those other options up until now. I'm just trying to figure out what would be best. Do we have any idea how much we put towards fire last year? Was it 1.6?
Yeah, so last year it was 1.6. This year it was originally almost 1.6 again. However, your board did approve the extra $250,000 that we did not put in reserves in order to begin providing fire services up along the Highway 120 corridor. So it's at 1.8 this year
So we
with that
take
adjustment.
money out of reserves to,
So we didn't do reserves,
Oh, we didn't.
correct? We did not put 250,000 in reserves. We put that towards fire.
what's in reserves right now?
Is Debbie in here? 2.5 million in reserves, I think. I think it's about what it was on the financial statements.
How do you feel about 2.5 in reserves? I mean,
It's not enough.
I know. That's kind of why I like to have all these
Yes.
things
Right.
to chew on.
So one thing to keep in mind, and it is in the memo that Mo and Andy wrote, and is that if your board were to decide to go ahead and let the rest of those monies flow into this fund, it would reduce the amount of monies we would look at putting into that fund next fiscal year. So, it's kind of like banking it. When you you're letting it sit in the account. When we start that new budget year, then we'll take that into account when we're balancing it for next year. So by letting it go, it could help the general fund in next fiscal year by them having a higher fund balance. So just another thing to consider as you're making your decision of how you'd like to handle this revenue.
Let me think about it.
While you're thinking about it, we'll go to Supervisor Brandon.
In looking at this is, I think I'm with Supervisor Kirk and just kind of mulling it over and thinking about it myself. And I think getting unanticipated revenue such as this, especially given, we want to make sure that we are being financially stable at the county, returning this to the general fund when it is not an emergency need, I think is something we definitely should consider. For that reason, looking at the two vehicles, it does seem clear that they will need to be replaced, but they are still currently operational. It's not a thing that is not working currently. Is that correct, Assistant Chief? Yeah. And so I think we can revisit this in the future for future allocations. I think there are also other priorities we're going to have to consider in the budget. One of them being contingencies as well. There. So anyway, that's kind of where my head is at with it. Is I think we can be able to do this later with more information. One thing in particular, and this might just be again thinking a little naively about it, but the cost quotes on here seem to be for what would be new vehicles. We're obviously in a challenging financial situation, and what the market availability would be for a lightly used vehicle of the same caliber. One of the vehicles is $145,000. I don't know if something like that, with a few tens of thousands of miles on it from another area would be able to go for $70,000. I'm not very aware of that commercial grade, truck market there. But I would love to see the options of why new was chosen over used. And it's not just specific to fire. I kind of would ask that question to, I think, any department buying new vehicles. I drive a used car for the same reason. It's a lot cheaper. So I'd love to be able to get a quote on that.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Okay. Fire is our number one board priority. We've got an aging fleet. We have instances where part of our fire apparatus is broken down on the way to an emergency. Recently, one responding to a structure fire. The mechanic service vehicle, they're servicing, making the rounds on keeping up on 50 vehicles. The more that fleet is older, the more times he's going to have to go out and fix things. And again, with the fire inspector vehicle, we're doing a lot of things on inspections. We're going to be increasing inspections, and we need to have reliability. So first of all, I'm entirely in favor of these two vehicles being used, and I feel that the balance of this unanticipated revenue should go into the fire fund. And they shouldn't have a reduction from general fund for it. Our fire department has been underfunded for way too long. We're looking at, ways to try to address this. We're looking at a ballot measure that if that's successful, that'll give long-term stability. But right now, we don't have it. We don't know if that measure is going to pass, and there's a lot of needs. So I'm in favor of purchasing the vehicles and having the rest of the balance to the fire department.
Supervisor Howe.
Well, over the past, 12 years, maybe longer, our budget for fire didn't balance very, very easily, so we took it on the backs of equipment year after year after year. And so I'm in favor of replacing equipment. We've got a long way to go before we're in a good place as far as that goes. And I would be in favor of looking at spending less money for the general fund this coming fiscal year that we're going to be budgeting for in return for not returning any of the money to the general fund this year. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and ditto. I'm there too. I'm in favor of the recommendation. I think the equipment is necessary, and I think this kind of splits. I think it's a good even approach where we are taking care of these immediate emergency vehicle needs while we're not necessarily, the proposal is not necessarily put it back into the fire fund, but it will still be available next year in case we need to put it in the fire fund. And so it leaves us the flexibility to where, if there's an emergency somewhere else in the county budget, we could use that money potentially. I like the flexibility that the staff recommendation provides over just upfront putting it into the fire fund, although I can't agree more that it is our number one priority and that we need to be thinking about that. And I think it's quite likely that money might end up in the fire fund next year anyway, but I would still like to maintain a bit of that flexibility in how the money can be spent. Supervisor Kirk?
Sure. Real quick, if the fire parcel fee does pass, Debbie, when will we start collecting that? Is that fiscal next year? June? Or is it the end?
It will be in fiscal year 21, 22. So if it passes in June, then the homeowners and owners of property and homes in Tuolumne County will start paying the parcel tax, and the fire fund will see that revenue next fiscal year.
Okay.
But can I say one thing?
Sure.
Remember, a budget is a pie. You're looking at one sliver of the pie. You're not looking at the whole pie. So this one anticipated revenue is one function. But if you'll recall, when we get to the end of the year, there'll be some revenues we got more than we budgeted for. There'll be some revenues we got less than we budgeted for. There'll be some expenses we spent more than we thought. There'll be some that we thought we didn't spend enough. So this extra money more than likely will be even more. And I have to tell you, Tracy's idea of waiting and let's see what happens and utilize whatever the additional fund balance in the road funds, I'm sorry, I was talking to Darren about road money, in the fire fund and do it for next year gives you lots of flexibility, because if you narrow in just on these calculations, the only thing I can guarantee you is you're going to be wrong. Because more revenue is going to come in some areas, and what I just said, I don't need to repeat it. So there's another thing that's not on this list that you can do that we used to do in the past, is that when we come in for the final budget in June, if the fire fund looks really healthy, you can instruct the auditor controller not to transfer all the money. You don't need to do a budget transfer. You don't need to reduce anything. You just tell me at the end, in June, we budgeted 1.8, only transfer 1 point, pick a number, 5.
Right.
So that's another option, but a really smart option is it flows through the fire fund no matter what, but let's see where we end at the end of the year when the whole pie is looked at and not just this sliver, if that makes any sense.
So how about on that, you remind us in June to look at that fund.
I
And
could do
I'm
that.
sitting- I'm
I do it
sitting
all the
here-
time.
I'm sitting here listening, and I think where I've come to in my mind is, yes, fire is our number one priority. And for the last 2 years I've been on the board, we've always put more. So whether we do it now or we do it then, I think where I'm at is, yes, I would support the purchases, because I think no matter where we are along the conversation, we're always going to be wanting to fund fire more. It'd be great to see this parcel thing pass, and if we could predict the future, then no, hold on to this and we'll use it for reserves, but we can't. So fast forward, I will always support fire if it's reasonable. So with that, I'm a 4. I'm the 4th.
And we have our fire chief here, and I'm confident that, 4 or 5 months down the road, he'll be saying, hey, remember that $400,000? I'm going to look and see, is there any public comment? Okay, we do not have public comment. Any other questions, or I'll entertain a motion? Supervisor Brandon.
Yes, I only wanted to clarify that I agree with Debbie. We don't know what's coming up in the future. And my biggest concern is we're going to enter a budget cycle at some point where it's going to look like we have to make up a $2 or $3 million, shortfall. And we're going to be having to cut programs because we didn't plan, because there are a lot of very good things as these unanticipated revenues come in. I think for me, I would really like to revisit in the future adding this to the fire fund. It does seem clear that these vehicles will need to be replaced soon. But due to that, I can't support it, because I want to make sure that when we're looking at all the emergencies that come up, all the things that could impact the county, including the budget, we are giving ourselves the most options to deal with that flexibility. But it is not for a lack of support for fire. As we all identified in our 2021-22 priorities, this alone will not fix it. We need sustainable funding. We need something that actually pays for this into the future, because the county can't fix this problem on its own as it is right now. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, or a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion. I guess what we're doing is recommending the board recognizes that the $190,000 in unanticipated state emergency fire funding to put towards fleet. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay. Abstain? Okay. So the motion passes 4-1 and no abstentions. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it is exactly 10 o'clock. So I think we'll go ahead and move on to our first 10 o'clock appointment, or our only 10 o'clock appointment today. Cece, would you mind reading that for us, or Ms. Cunha?
Presentation and planning status update on the novel coronavirus, COVID-19.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the board, Ms. Creo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Spino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. This morning, I would like to borrow a saying from one of my staff that she frequently uses when we're working on a project and we are moving quicker than anticipated. She says, Rebecca, we're cooking with gas. Yes, Tuolumne County is cooking with gas as it pertains to vaccinating our community. Almost 21,000 doses of vaccine are in the arms of our residents. State guidance, in many of our counties are vaccinated individuals 65 and older, and we are vaccinating individuals 55 and older. Not just big box pharmacies are vaccinating, but also our small, homegrown pharmacies, as expected, are equally or more invested in our community, and they too are vaccinating. President Biden mentioned opening vaccines to everyone by May 1st. We believe Tuolumne County will be able to meet that goal well before May 1st. Yes, we are cooking with gas, but it is important to acknowledge the cooks. All our partners, both health and non-health, have contributed to this incredible work. And as usual, it is important to acknowledge the Public Health Department that has been doing this work for over a year. Their commitment and dedication is real and is very much appreciated. And without further delay, Dr. Surjenko.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Eric Surgienko, your Interim Health Officer. And I appreciate the Board indulging us by shifting hours to 10 o'clock. That will allow Kathy Parker, the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, to join us, and I believe she's joining us remotely, and I don't know if she's hooked in and...
I'm here.
Beautiful, thank you.
All right.
So when we get to you, it'll be all you. Just let us know what slides and when to press the go button. So, all right. So, again, we continue to see both in the country and the state continuing decline in the number of cases and the number of deaths as we come off of our surge that occurred over the holiday season. That also reflects in Tuolumne County as well, where we've only had 34 additional cases since we last presented to the board. In that same time frame, we've only had, I shouldn't say only had, we've had no deaths and have had one hospitalized case as of today. So again, continuing trend towards fewer and fewer cases. Next slide. And that's reflected on our epidemiology curve as well, where we only have one new case as of yesterday, and our number of active cases is fairly low. In terms of our blueprint case rate, that continues to trend downwards as well, where if we continue to see this trend, we may be eligible for the orange tier towards the end of the month and more likely into April. So again, continued trends towards fewer cases. That is also reflected in terms of our state level data, where we see that massive spike that occurred over the holidays and the downward decline from it. Because of that, next slide, we have a number of counties that have moved from the purple tier into the red tier, but also what happened on Friday was that the state indicated that we had met a metric as a state in getting 2 million doses of vaccines into people in what's called the lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index. And the Healthy Places Index is a measure of both health and socioeconomic status. And the intent behind that is to get our most at-risk populations. And then when that happened, and the decreased transmission that occurs with increased vaccine uptake, is that the case rate was shifted from 7 per day per 100,000 to 10 per day per 100,000. And so that allowed counties that had been sitting on the fence, if you will, like ours, which we were at 7.9 cases per day per 100,000, to go into the red tier, given that we had the vaccine uptake that we have had. I was going to say stay back for just a few seconds. As well, we saw some movement into orange counties, orange tiers, and other than that, Alpine remains the only county that is in the yellow tier. Throughout our region, again, this is produced by the Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team Epi Surveillance Unit, is we continue to see that downward trend in cases, where we're well lower than we were back in November or even October, looking back at the rates we had back in September, which is, again, kind of the lowest period we had prior to even the opening of the economy on the 11th of June. Next. So this is our current status as of today. We are in the substantial or red tier. We are trending downwards towards the orange tier, and our rate limiting step is not our test positivity. Again, that comfortably sits in the orange tier and sometimes even occasionally dips down into the yellow tier. But the real thing that holds us back is our case rate number of new cases. And so our threshold for that is to get it below 4 cases per 100,000. That will get us to the orange tier. Next. I'm going to pass it over to Shelley for updates on testing.
Good morning. Just a bit about testing. We have conducted approximately 76,500 tests. Of that, nearly 57,000 are among community members and nearly 20,000 in prison inmates. Testing continues to be available through some local providers, through Adventist Health Sonora, and through the OptumServe state testing sites, the main site at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. Oops, the Tuolumne's still on there. And in Groveland, the Motherlode Fairgrounds site is now operational Sunday through Thursday and are closed on Fridays and Saturdays, still from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the Groveland site is still open 7 to 7 on Mondays, now at the youth center. The Tuolumne location was demobilized. And appointments are recommended, but not always necessary. Those can still be made at the LHI website or by calling 888-634-1123. Testing recommendations continue to be to do so 5 days after travel or close contact with others outside of your family bubble. As soon as possible if you're experiencing any symptoms, and every 14 to 28 days for those who work regularly with the public. And that is the recommendation even after you've been vaccinated. And speaking of vaccination, do you want to take this? Or you want me to? Okay. All right. Here's our updated chart for numbers of doses received by public health and those who've received their first and second doses. What's not reflective here is the vaccines that have been done by pharmacies. So we know that more than 25% of our adult population have now received their first dose, but this is the data received from, or based on public health and by our partners who provide this information.
And I'll add on that is, Shelley mentioned that greater than 25% of our adult population has received their first dose. This is actually very favorable as compared to the national rate of vaccination and definitely the state. And then if I do some quick math with the second doses, we're doing about what the country is doing as a whole, which is 13.5% of the population has had their second dose. I didn't do the math, but just looking at those numbers really quick from that previous slide, we're right about there. So again, staying ahead of or with the national standard. So the question has come up is why vaccinate? I think of it both in terms of a population benefit, but also individually. We do know that an individual who is 14 days out from their last dose of vaccine, if it's the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, or 14 days out from their Johnson & Johnson vaccine, is less likely to get sick, less likely to need hospitalization, and the effectiveness of all three vaccines reduces the likelihood of hospitalization by 95%. It reduces the likelihood of death. I will point out that in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine trials, that no one who received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine died during that trial period. So important to know that there's that benefit. The CDC last week, or previously had said, if you have a full course of the vaccine, you do not need to quarantine. And that goes out to 90 days currently, but we can expect as we learn more about the length of the effectiveness of the vaccine that will extend out further. Last week, the CDC announced that also you could get together with others who are fully vaccinated without doing the non-pharmaceutical interventions that we've been doing for the length of this pandemic. And you can get together with a person who's at low risk without social distancing. And I think the example I've used here is if you are a grandparent and you have a grandchild who has no immunocompromising disease, an average toddler, if you will, is that you can be in that social setting without a high risk of spreading it to that child. So I think that's a very positive thing. So those are the individual benefits, but as a community, we are seeing early studies, specifically out of Israel, that indicate that you do have a decrease in transmission. And I think when I've talked to the board before, we've said, well, the phase 3 trials were not powered. That is, there weren't enough people and not enough time to suggest, or there was a suggestion that it would decrease transmission, but we hadn't had the science behind it. And now we're seeing that epidemiological data come out that says we are seeing decreased transmission in the populations that are becoming vaccinated. I will say that data from Israel reflects a high degree of uptake of the vaccine in a community. So again, encourage people to get vaccinated to get that community benefit. And then the other thing, when we talked about surge, we talked about people not just being impacted with COVID, but people who had other medical conditions, whether it's a gallbladder attack, a heart attack, a stroke, trauma, is that by keeping COVID-infected patients out of the hospital, we keep other people healthier because they can access the system more readily. So by decreasing the number of sick people requiring hospitalization from COVID, we make our hospital system more robust. Just as a reminder, there are 3 different vaccines available to us out there. There are the 2 mRNA vaccines, which are the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. They both require 2 doses. And then there's the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is based on an adenovirus entry, and it requires only 1 shot. I will say that the catchphrase is the best vaccine for you is the vaccine that's available for you now. And I think that is true. I can talk about the differences between the vaccines. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine does have less side effects. Only about 3% of people who get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine have those grade 3 reactions, fevers, chills, muscle aches, headaches, that prevent them from going to work, as compared to about 1/3 of people for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. On the other hand, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, not as good at preventing mild illness or preventing overall illness as the mRNA vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna. So again, they're pretty level playing field. The other advantage of the Johnson & Johnson as compared to the Pfizer and Moderna is that during its phase 3 trials, it was being fielded in South Africa. So it's gone head-to-head with one of the variants of concern, the B.1.351 variant, and did quite well against it. So again, the vaccine that's available to you right now is the best choice for you. And that brings up the next question, who is vaccinating? This is a list of people that are currently vaccinating. I think the Groveland Pharmacy is a new addition to that. I will thank Tuolumne ahead of time, is that the Groveland will also be getting some of our Mariposa County residents in the North County of Mariposa. And so we'll be doing some shifting of vaccines as necessary to meet the demand in Groveland. Save Mart and Twain Harte will be coming online soon. And then again, our healthcare facilities, Adventist, the Tuolumne, Miwok, and Matheson, continue to do their job, as does public health in our mass vax clinics. And we are doing a first dose clinic today out at Sierra Bible Church. So who's eligible? Well, we're moving in well through phase 1A. Should be done with that, but anyone who has deferred and wants to join us, go ahead and sign up. Same true for phase 1B. The education and childcare emergency services have moved through that. But if people who have deferred or who have missed out want to come in, more than welcome. Food and ag we're working with. And then you'll see that this is the biggest change. The last 2 bullets is we had been doing 65 and older. We're moving that down as of today to 55 and older. And then as of yesterday, the state indicated we could go ahead, and we were kind of already doing it, but we're doing it for real now. Our cooking with gas, as Rebecca says, into the age 16 to 64 with a specific chronic medical conditions. And there's a list of 10 of those, but what I will also say is there's the catch-all phrase that if you feel like you have a combination of underlying medical conditions that will lead to a severe case, is that if you're willing to self-attest to that, we will vaccinate you as well. So again, the 10 conditions that are on the left or one of the combination, so like say you're not, I'll use this as an example, is if you're just obese and not morbidly obese, and you have a chronic pulmonary disease that is not oxygen dependent, that may be a combination that puts you more at risk. So a combination of things, not just that list, may put you into a category where either you or your medical provider feels like you would benefit from a vaccine. All right, shifting gears to the blueprint. We had questions of what does it mean to move into the red tier and what does orange tier and yellow tier look like? And I will say that the number of guidance associated with each sector seems to be multiplying, and we continue to adjust those at a regular rate. What I would recommend for folks is that they take a moment. This is just one clip from a multi-page tier guidance, sectors by tiers. And we go through these on, I would say, a daily basis to see if there are changes. But what I will say that in general, what happens is that we see fewer cases, more things open up, and then things that are open up are allowed to have a larger percentage of their normal attendance in that space. Some large changes that we have seen is with live events, and that includes both sports and live music. I know that's not included on this particular snippet, but again, what can happen is you can have live events as long as they are assigned seating or advanced reservations, so we can actually do contact tracing based upon those sort of events. So as the board wants, as the community asks, we can provide details on that through our call center or just emailing in. One of the other big things that has happened recently is the youth and adult sports guidance, and I know Kathy will probably get more into that as it applies to the school districts, but it also applies to other youth league sports like Little League as well. And I know I've presented this to the board before, and there was a release on the 19th. That was the version 1. That was implemented on the 26th of February. There's been a revision on the 5th, so since the last time we presented to the board, and we're pending a second revision because just like we have been challenged by all the different guidance that are out there, so has the state, where one person's writing one version of a guidance and another person's writing another version. So the live event guidance versus the youth sports guidance in terms of audiences and things like that. So they're synchronizing those, and we expect that this second revision coming out will allow for more attendance at our youth sports. So I will say stand by on that. But as a reminder, sports are classified by their level of contact, which leads to a level of transmission risk. So there's high contact sports that occur both indoors, which have more risk than high contact sports that are outdoors. Currently, we can do the outdoor high contact sports that are sort of waiverable. Those include football, rugby, and water polo, and they can be played currently in Tuolumne or in our neighboring counties as long as informed consent has been obtained from the players or the parents, and testing is done, and there are numerous other provisos. Won't go into details, but we did have a number of sports occurring over the last week, and that seemed to be going fairly well. In general, though, is all those high contact sports that are outdoors can occur in orange tier, whereas if they're indoor, those occur in the yellow tier. Moving into moderate contact, that is where incidental or intermittent contact can occur. As an example, baseball. That can be happening right now in Tuolumne. So baseball, softball, and then indoors when we move into yellow tier. And then finally, low contact sports can be occurring right now outdoors, but have to wait for orange tier for indoors. And then the last thing I would throw out is the revision that came out in the March 5th, on March 5th, had to do with the settlement that was negotiated between Let Them Play and the state. And that allows any sport to occur in indoors or outdoors if the teams are willing to adhere to the collegiate sports guidance. And that requires regular periodic testing of all players and coaching staff, and requires a fairly strict regimen of contact tracing and the ability to manage an outbreak should it occur. So I'm going to shift gears, and if Kathy's available, Kathy, we've got the school reopening slides up. And your first slide.
I'll go ahead and start off and then hand off.
Okay, so Christina Herrera is going to do a header.
Hi, Kathy. So I'll go ahead and start off for school reopening. There's been several updates at the state level to open California schools safely, and I'll carry the tradition of we have been cooking with gas, and so our schools have been open since the fall, and we have been able to vaccinate many of our teachers and school staff over the past couple months, and I'd say a majority of them are now fully vaccinated. Next slide. I wanted to point your attention to two websites or two links that are very important to the school opening process. That first link there is the California Schools Hub website, and this is where all of the guidance documents, all of the science that the state is using to safely open schools, checklists, parent portals, school teacher assistance links are housed. And so if you are wondering about any of the schools updates, I would refer you to that website and click around and navigate through all of the information pertaining to schools are on that website. The second link there is the COVID-19 reopening framework for schools. So as part of the reopening process, every school had to develop a COVID safety plan and a COVID prevention plan and have it publicly posted on their website. And so if you click on that link, you'll be able to download the very large 50-page document guidance framework that schools have to use. And so public health will work closely with all local schools to review all of their school plans and preparation for their February 1st deadline. Next slide. We have met weekly with the County Office of Education and all local superintendents and have worked with private schools as well to ensure safe opening of our local schools since the fall. And during these meetings, we provide updates and input on the guidance documents, youth sports, and anything that comes along our way to ensure that our schools are following the latest state guidelines for classroom spacing, distancing, and anything that may apply for opening of classrooms. And now I'll pass off to Kathy to add more to that.
Thank you, Christina. And thank you for inviting me to share some of the highlights for school reopening. I'm going to go ahead and put my volume down because I'm getting an echo here on my end. So hopefully you can still hear me. So one thing I would like to point out. Oops. I pressed the wrong button, sorry. This is the 1-year anniversary of school closures. Last year at this time, we had made a decision to close schools because we were anticipating a week before spring break to close, and after spring break we were going to return and everything was going to be solved around this COVID outbreak that was happening. And as you know, that put us into a position where we were closed for the remainder of the year. We worked over the summer to develop reopening plans, and after we returned from the summer break, we were able to reopen almost all schools in the county. Definitely around Labor Day, some of our smaller school districts that had the space on their campuses were able to open to hybrid or modified schedules. And then later in the fall, most of our schools were able to reopen. I apologize. It was dependent upon the configuration of the site, grade levels, and staffing. In November and December, some of our school sites had to return to a modified schedule and in some cases revert back to a distance learning only due to a surge that happened around November and took us through most of the winter break. When we came back from winter break, we moved forward with reopenings, and as of right now, all districts in Tuolumne County Public are open. They're moving forward to all days of instruction. Some are remaining on a hybrid until after spring break. Well, they will increase not only the number of days that they're in person, but also the number of minutes that they're in school. And districts are currently evaluating those options and making decisions based on the needs of their students. About 20 to 25% of students will remain in distance learning as a choice until the end of the year. And currently, the state is examining whether or not they want to provide that as an option going into the next year.
I'm going to pause there real quick and take any questions because I know that there's a lot of questions about how are schools making these decisions and what does it look like going forward?
Okay, well, thank you, first of all, very much for joining us. Kathy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I'll look to see any questions for Superintendent of Schools. Yeah, she was asking if we had any questions, so.
I was just pausing right there.
I did have one question. So you mentioned that 25% were doing distance learning. Is that in our county or statewide? I missed that part of it.
That is it's an average of the students across Tuolumne County, about 20 to 25%. It depends on the school district, what they're offering as a learning model. Most of our distance learning choices are happening in districts that are offering a hybrid model still. And as we shift out of the hybrid model, students are coming back for a full day program. So we'll have an update on that as we move past spring break.
All right, thank you.
Okay. If not, I'd like to go on and talk about some of the obstacles we've encountered. So one of the obstacles we encountered was the passage or the proposal of AB 86, because at that point, that was the state initiative to reopen schools across the county, across the state. And while while it was written for Bay Area and LA Unified, for example, for those larger districts that didn't reopen, there were a lot of penalties put in there for schools in rural small counties like ours that had already reopened. And so it was possibly one of the unintended consequences was that schools would end up reclosing or going back into hybrid models. Luckily, we were able to work with the state to create some mechanisms to allow our school districts that were fully open to remain open. We have school districts that have applied for waivers because we do have now a 4-foot minimum requirement to maintain in our school environments from chair to chair, from student chair to student chair. Some of our districts had been reopened with an as practicable, and so they applied for waivers, and we're waiting to hear back from the state on that. I just heard this morning that San Diego received an injunction on those January state regulations on school reopening, so we'll see where that ends up. Another obstacle is we're concerned about a possible surge after spring break with people traveling and things opening up. When people go out of the area, they bring that back with them into the school environment. And I know public health has provided some guidance on what to do after spring break to avoid that possible outbreak. And then again, we have an unknown about what will happen at the beginning of the school year, what those requirements will be. We do anticipate some form of masking, but as we mentioned, we really are striving to have in-person instruction as much as possible fully at the start of next year. Just a couple of other points I wanted to cover was funding. So I've provided you a link on that site, so you can click on that link and you can see the funding that's being provided to each district to not just reopen, but to address learning loss. And that will happen through summer school and ramp-up programs for the 21-22 school year. It does not include the AB 86 dollars. And because of our work at the state level, those AB 86 dollars will be able to be accessed and used much more fluidly and flexibly, with flexibility at the local level. Those will be shown in the LCAP set districts and learning plans that have to be adopted by June 1st. As I mentioned, summer school, a lot of districts are developing their summer school plans and what we call ramp-up programs so that kids can have a kind of a ramp up to the new school year for 2 to 3 weeks. There's been a lot of concern about facility use for outside agencies, and our JPA has provided us guidance. Our JPA is made up of all of not just Tuolumne County superintendents, but we work with Alpine and Calaveras and Amador. They are all representatives on the JPA. Some of the things we have to consider is what's in the CDPH guidelines for reopening, and also the Civic Center Act, which prohibits us from limiting access to school facilities, which are considered civic centers under Ed Code. And so we can't just let one group come in and exclude others. So it's been very difficult to navigate facility use, and especially around the Cal OSHA requirements. And finally, Dr. Serjanko touched on sports. Even though we're in the red tier, because our rate is between 7 and 14, our high contact sports such as football, our students do need to contact trace, or not contact trace, they need to be tested, and they are regularly tested to be able to allow football to take place. We met yesterday with Dr. Bardach and the state regarding their guidelines around who can compete against who. And yesterday, Trudy Raimundo, who is the sports youth guidance lead at the state, said that at this time they will not entertain any kind of play between counties that are not adjoining. So that prohibits Tuolumne from competing with Amador. And they'll revisit that, but we anticipate that won't be for a while. We'll see what those regulations are when they come out. That's a very general update, a lot of information, but I'd like to really have your questions because I wasn't really guided on what you were interested in. So I gave you a lot of just kind of generic information.
Well, again, thank you so much, Superintendent Parker. Really appreciate you sharing the school's perspective with the board. Any questions for Kathy? Okay, Supervisor Brandon. And then
Superintendent Parker, or as I knew you, Miss Parker. I wanted to ask about, for many of the students who lack Wi-Fi access at home, and in any of that 20 to 25%, has anything been provided to allow them remote access?
So we worked with a lot of providers. I have to compliment our partners at our local internet company. We have worked to get students connected with low-cost options that were offered through, for example, Comcast, AT&T. T-Mobile hotspots were provided, but we found that it's very difficult in some of our remote areas, even with hotspots, to be able to connect. It is a county-wide issue, not just affecting schools, but it also affects our ability to attract small businesses that might want to set up here in remote areas to run their businesses. So while solutions were presented and we were able to get a lot of families connected who had not been connected to high-speed, reliable internet, that's very key. It's not just any old internet, that's that dial-up speed. It really have to have a robust connection. We still have a significant swath of our population that cannot have that access on a consistent basis. And that is something we are going to continue to work on.
Great. And, well, shoot, I had another question. It'll come back to me.
all right, Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Parker, for being here with us today. Haven't heard from you in a while, so I know it's just good to hear, from the school point of view, what's going on. And I know I've had people from the public reach out, so I told them, well, listen to today's board meeting, and you can get a little 2 cents of where the schools are at. So thank you for being here. One question I did write down when you were talking. There's some funding regarding kids' future as far as their school loss. Is there any funding or discussion about helping to address some of the mental health issues that some of the schools are seeing as a result of this?
So our county office received, it's a little frustrating to be honest. We received a $100,000 grant through FEMA. We knew that those dollars were coming in October. However, they were not released to any of the county offices until the end of February, and they have to be spent by August 8th. So those kind of restrictions really hamper our ability to develop long-term, meaningful supports for students. However, there's nothing to prevent the dollars that are, again, identified in that link through the federal and state resources that are coming from providing additional mental health. So from 100,000, of course, we're going to be doing some work with districts. We have continued to provide that. I ramped up, for example, at our county office, our mental health supports that we have through an MFT and an LSW, our SARB board, which while it addresses school attendance, a lot of school attendance issues are related to mental health, was just recognized by the state as the only model SARB program in the state for this year. So we've been putting in place those mechanisms, but what I've really enjoyed seeing is on board agendas is the creation of mental health positions and counselors for next year's school year, knowing that as kids come back more fully and as we move through what we have just experienced, kids will still manifest things in different ways, things that might not be typically expected. Kids manifest trauma very differently. And so that will include suicide prevention training, which we've done countywide through our Living Works program, but also providing support through our social emotional learning group, our network, our mental health coalition that we have with all of our partners that provide mental health services for youth. And with our behavioral health department, where we're looking at innovation grants to make sure there are licensed professionals accessible to all school sites.
So and you said a lot, and I love it. Thank you. But I just want to clarify one thing. You said you're seeing a lot of minutes. I'm assuming that's from school boards. They're putting those resources in play or planning for the future. Are you seeing that throughout all the school boards, or is that being encouraged?
Yes, it's encouraged. School boards recognize that need, and it is a very appropriate, good use of those funds that are coming to school districts. Our problem now will be finding those qualified individuals in order to start providing services right away. Behavioral health can tell you it's very difficult to attract those professionals into our region. Housing prices preclude a lot of people who are starting out from coming up here, so it'll be interesting to see who we're able to attract to come up here to work in these really important positions with our kids. I haven't looked at every single board agenda, Supervisor Kirk, but all of those that I've looked at, of which is about 6 or 7 of them, have added that.
And just on that, and then I'll end it with this, because I'm sure, like you said, it's hard to find qualified people to do these positions. Have we been in contact with behavioral health? Is there any way that we can use some of these agencies? If a school has a need, can we be calling on behavioral health to help out?
Absolutely. We already work with Michael Wilson and his team at Behavioral Health, and we already have mechanisms in place to provide not just crisis intervention support, but we also are providing some long-term programs. Like I mentioned, they're applying for an innovation grant that has an educational component to it, but we've already put some of those little pieces in place.
All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
Supervisor Heff.
Yeah, good morning, Superintendent Parker. Nice to see you. And it's nice to have you here reporting out what's going on with the schools. I don't think our board in the past so many years has done a lot of interaction with the schools. We are our own separate entities where the schools have their own pot and piece of the pie and the county has theirs, but I would like to see more of this. I'd like to see you more often, maybe quarterly, updating us on what's going on with the schools. Parents do tune in to the Board of Supervisors meetings, and I think it would be a good way of them getting that information, and for us as the board also getting that information and having more of a collaborative nature about our two entities. So thank you very much for the presentation today.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I agree there, and we'll make it a two-way street. If there's any way that the board can communicate with the different districts, I'm sure we'd all be more than happy to do that as well.
You have a standing invitation.
Great. Any public comment? Okay. I don't know if there's any other questions or comments. Okay. So Kathy, I think if you're finished, thank you very much for being here. And it's great to see you again.
Thank you. And yeah, and I just want to compliment your public health department. They have been wonderful partners from the beginning. And we couldn't have gotten all of our school employees vaccinated in our county by the beginning of March if it wasn't for their efforts. So congratulations to your public health team. They're amazing.
Agree with you there. Supervisor Kirk, you had questions for public health?
Yeah, just 2 questions, Dr. Strajenko. As I'm hitting, I want to make sure I heard this right. Did we say we had 21,000 people in our community vaccinated? Is that the number I heard at the beginning? Yeah. I think so. And if that's the case, I guess my question is, looking at the national average, about half, and maybe it's going up a little bit, maybe it's going down a little bit, I don't know, but about half the population is opting out, of not getting the vaccination. So if we're approaching that halfway mark where, say, half of our constituents have gotten the shot, how is any of that taken into account, or do you know if it's being taken into account? Because there's going to be a point where everybody who's had the option, and I think it was May. Was it May or June where enough vaccinations have been out where everybody will have an opportunity to be vaccinated?
So going back to what, start with the numbers is we're at about, just looking at it, it's far less than, it's about 25% of our population.
25%. Okay.
So about, let's see, 11,000, around 12,000 people.
Okay,
A little bit more than that, but, and that's just first doses. If we look at second doses, we're far less than that. We're about 13% of our population. So about 10,000, or correction, about 7,000 people who've gotten a second dose.
Okay. So that's a big difference. I thought I heard 21,000. And at what point do we expect to have enough vaccines?
So the state has been indicating that we're going to see a marked increase in the number of vaccines available to us sometime in April. So our anticipation is that we'll be able to move as a county into general population sometime in April. Again, we are moving further down the age list where we've gone from 65 to 55-year-olds, and then also addressing our at-risk population, those who have those medical conditions. So realistically, our rate limiting step remains our supply, which is about 1,000 doses a week that we get from the state.
Okay. So do we have an idea of when our county would have the opportunity for everybody to have wanted a vaccine, to have a vaccine if they chose to? June?
It's hard to say because, again, supply, but also what we have found is that, like we had started offering to healthcare workers on the 17th of December. And we still have healthcare workers who declined initially a month ago or 2 months ago, come back and loop back and say, okay, I've seen other people have gotten it. They've not had any serious side effects, and they elect to do that. We've also seen that with our educators. So it's always hard to predict how many of those people that we've previously offered, whether it's in phase 1A or phase 1B, those people who've declined it want to come back later. And that's really, as we look at that population broadly, it's about 30% declination rate. So you could actually have a third, a little bit less than a third of your population in one of those phases come back at a later time and say, okay, I want to go ahead and take this. But yeah, I agree with you is that as we look at national poll levels, about slightly less than half the population at this point in time is interested in being vaccinated.
Right. And I don't want to jump the gun. I think I was going somewhere I don't really want to, but I'll just end it where, at some point in the future, everybody will have had an option. And at that point, it's going to be interesting to see how we move.
Yeah, and really one of the other unknowns that you've alluded to but not mentioned is when, is it possible voluntarily to achieve herd immunity? What is the percentage of population we need? And we really simply don't know because there's a lot of variables associated with that. The vaccine effectiveness itself determines how many people you need to vaccinate, but also the question of vaccine efficacy against any of these variants. And as I was looking through the slide deck, I realized we really haven't talked a lot about the variants, but I will mention that as we look at in the laboratory setting, is that all 3 of the vaccines have some efficacy against the 3 strains that are variants of concern.
And my last question, or two last questions are short. When do you think we can open up board meetings to the public? At which point?
So I think we're actually really close. I will say that the other county I work for, we are doing we're in the orange tier, is we've opened up in the orange tier our offices. And we were still doing board meetings open to the public in red tier. So I think that's a consideration for the board, and I can get together with the CAO or the clerk of the board and talk about how we do that moving forward. I do think it'll be at a reduced population. Certainly we do in Mariposa social distancing and limit the number of people that are allowed in that meeting space so that we can maintain social distancing, and it will be important to do that here as well.
Okay. And I'll save my other question for another can down the road, but thank you guys for being here today.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg? Oh, sorry, did you have other?
Oh, no, that's
What to say?
one other thing that that Shelley wanted to remind the board of is, as I mentioned, the Healthy Places Index. We had that shift in case rate with 2 million doses. There's another shift that occurs when we get to 4 million doses in the Healthy Places Index quartiles, and that allows us to more easily get into the orange tier. But I actually think we can make it without that handicap. So. Very good.
So, thanks again for just, your reports have a lot of information. It's very clear, they're very comprehensive. And I know I really appreciate that. Members of the public have said the same thing. You know, I have concerns like many people do, you know, as far as the perception now, because we're getting pretty well along, you know, on our vaccinations, but we still are sitting at about 25% on first doses, so we've got a ways to go, you know, to get there. Some of the European countries are experiencing, it appears, some surging, but to some extent, from what I've seen there, they haven't vaccinated near as many people either, so, you know, you can trade that off on the numbers. I did have a question on our dashboard. Is it controlled by the state, or do we have control over what we put on there or not?
The dashboard is ours. Always with technology, I wonder who's in charge.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Well, so my question is that, you know, we've got, you know, pretty good section here on tests still. And I kind of question the value of showing all these tests where people really want to know. I'm getting it a lot on vaccinations.
yeah, no, we could. Again, it's working with the GIS specialists because this is an ArcGIS product.
Sure.
And working with them to get that. But I think that would be a good switch, is to put vaccines forward and, you know, make that more visible. And then the other thing I think we can do better about is, again, reaching back into our communities and talk about vaccine hesitancy. And again, getting more education about why the vaccine is an effective means, and it's a safe means as well, to reduce the burden of disease on the community.
Yes, I agree entirely. And if we move that direction on the vaccines, if we could please make it very clear, you know, the number that we have as far as first doses, that really is what a lot of people read, right? You know, we know our population, roughly 50,000, a little bit, you know, there. And so when they see the numbers at first, that says how many people were, if we lump all the doses together, or show both is fine, but.
Yeah, and I think if we did something like the chart that's in the presentation today, I think would actually be something that the ArcGIS team could do.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so again, that's where I say it's, you know, we can decide what it goes on our dashboard. The question is whether we've got the technical know-how to make that happen in a fairly reproducible fashion.
Okay, very, very good, thank you.
Other questions?
Can I add
from
to
the
that
board?
on the dashboard?
Yeah, go
So
for it.
we do control it, and like Dr. Surjenko said, a lot of it relies on our partnership with GIS, but a lot of it is, what's on there is in cooperation with the board and what they wanted their previous boards would want different things focused on, and so we're more than happy to see what we can do to explore putting on the vaccine page. But any other input you'd like on the dashboard and what should be on there, we can work with GIS and our epidemiology team to update that to better meet the needs of the public as well.
So Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, thank you again for presenting. I had no idea you had a mustache, by the way, this entire time. So you've been excellent about wearing your mask. I recently just got a new place, and you know, in the yard there we have a vinca, periwinkle, people call it that. When you pull this stuff out, if you leave even a little bit, it very quickly will take back over the garden. And that's, I think, the biggest fear that I have about COVID is we have a great capacity to endure this, but what if we were not at the end? What if something else came that basically changed that? And two things that I wanted to ask about that really concern me is that with the exponential nature of a virus and community transmission, and knowing that we are a relatively high vaccine hesitancy area, you were saying that you don't think we will probably hit the level needed for herd immunity here voluntarily with that, or at least as it currently stands. There's more people that case needs to be made to. What happens if we get close to a herd immunity amount? If we needed to hit 75%, but we hit 65%, what threat does that put our community at?
So, you know, the two ways of reaching herd immunity are through vaccination and through naturally occurring disease. So eventually you're going to reach herd immunity. The question is whether you want to do it through vaccination or through having sick people, hospitalized people. And so that's the message we want to carry forward is how do we reduce the burden of disease on the community? How do we get back to something that's approaching normal? I don't know. You know, if we get 65%, I don't, you know, how I look at vaccine and vaccine uptake in the United States and in California as a whole is we've very rarely made vaccines mandatory. And I'm thinking about, you know, examples in the last 50 years. There really hasn't been any, with the exception of the anthrax vaccine in the military. You know, when we first thought back to polio, even that initially, I'm trying to think if there was mandatory, it really only gets back to almost the turn of the 19th, you know, the 19th into the 20th century where we were looking at mandatory vaccines for smallpox. And that really was the burden of disease with smallpox was huge. And that was the yin and the yang of that. If we look down the road, not just 1 year, but say 10 years, eventually this virus will be endemic. That is, kids will get it when they're young. They will have a mild to moderate case. They will develop a level of immunity. They'll be exposed to it every year. And it will become just like other coronaviruses that are cold-like viruses. And that eventually it won't be a burden. It'll be, you know, for us that are old, it'll be a problem as long as we live. For younger kids, it probably won't be. And so that's, if you think about, okay, where do we get the 65 to 75%, there's a lot of things to think about, both in terms of the science of the disease, but also in terms of policy around that. And it's just, I think at this point, not really predictable.
Okay. One worry I have about that too, I don't know if there's any insight on it, but that is not evenly distributed, the vaccine hesitancy, I think, in the community. So we may have, you know, different groups of people. It could be a social group that ends up going to a party that has a much higher rate of not being vaccinated. And our great numbers from one super spreader event like that, potentially, if not, I think affecting the community as a whole as far as the health as much, even if it's kept isolated, would really upset the progress that we've made as far as the blueprint program so far. It's just something that concerns me and anybody, I think, listening, that there really is, as our businesses open up, anything like that, you know, potentially could have a huge community effect on shutting things down again or, you know, picking them back up, and we have to take it extremely seriously. You mentioned related to the variants. What do you think so, I mean, we have the three main variants right now. you said that the vaccines have some efficacy. Do we have any data on roughly how much that is?
So it's really hard to say because what the studies so far in terms of vaccine effectiveness are in vitro, that is in the laboratory, and look at basically reduction of the number of viral plaques that occur on not a petri dish, but in a viral culture. And so how does that translate to how effective it is in vivo in you? We really don't know. We just know that it has an element of effectiveness. Again, that's why I referenced the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, because it was in its phase 3 trials effective against the B.1.351 variant that is in South Africa. And there is some translation between the point mutation that occurs in the variant that occurred in South Africa and the P1 variant that's occurring in Brazil right now. And so there was suggestion that, again, the Johnson & Johnson, we've fielded that. And then with the mRNA vaccines, again, some reduction in terms of in the lab setting, but I don't think that will cause it's hard to say it's a vaccine effectiveness, but it will not get it to the level of, the 50 to 40% vaccine effectiveness rate. It'll probably knock it back down to the 70 to 80%, but it's hard to say.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Haff?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the whole public health team and Dr. Sarjenko. And it looks like I will be thanking the OES coordinator too, but she hasn't given her presentation yet. Anyway, just wanted to make sure I got that in first. And I just have one question, and that is, at what point will natural immunity be counted in with the vaccinated immunity for overall herd immunity? At what point will they gather that information? Especially with the mild cases and upwards, will they count that?
Yeah, so it does actually it's sort of being counted on a state and national level right now, and you do that through what's called seroprevalence studies. So the NIH, the National Institutes for Health, initiated a national seroprevalence study going back to October. I'm trying to remember when but looking at changes in time in the amount of people that have seroconversion, that is evidence of an infection, and then you can use that to model sort of that part of herd immunity, that is the natural infection. So that's already being thought of and being incorporated into models. I will say one of the models that we have been looking at with the state is sort of, I call it vaccine versus variants, because as you get more variants occurring, as one of those takes off, the vaccine, again, as Supervisor Brandon alluded to, there's a decreased effectiveness, but how decreased we don't know. So it really is a question of, can we get vaccines out in a fast enough time to get ahead of the variants? Along with, again, that existing herd immunity. But getting to your original question, yeah, it's being considered in terms of seroprevalence studies.
Will we ever see it at the county level, do you think?
I don't know. This is always a question of small numbers. We think about 50,000 people as being a lot of people. But when we look at seroprevalence studies, you're wanting to talk about hundreds of thousands or millions of people. So, we will see it to a certain extent. The question is with the granularity of the data, it may be a little bit too small to really be actionable. I'd rather see it more of a regional approach for seroprevalence.
Well, we do have the number of positive cases.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Just one quick follow-up on that with Supervisor Haff. I was wondering too, because I had not seen something clear, except early on they were talking about natural immunity. How long did that last? Has the jury come out that it is as effective as the vaccines? Does it vary highly based per person?
So again, the question is whether a natural infection will be as protective against a variant as the vaccines are, because we do know in a laboratory setting that the vaccines are effective. What we've seen with convalescent plasma, which is serum that's drawn off someone who's been effective, is that the convalescent plasma is actually less effective against the variants that we know of. And so that would be a concern, is that a natural infection that occurred may be less protective than the vaccine.
And do we know about how long that may last? That was some of the stuff I was reading several months ago.
You know, again, we've only been in this pandemic for a year. And so the data you have is the data that goes back to the length of the pandemic. So, you know, we talk about a vaccine being protective out to 90 days. That's because we've got 90 days worth of data. The CDC is fairly comfortable saying that a naturally occurring infection is probably protective up to 180 days. But they've not put that into print just yet. So that's why, again, if you're previously infected, they'll say you're protected out to 90 days. But we can expect that as we collect more data, as we get more longitudinal, more longer into this pandemic, that those numbers will change. But eventually, we may find that eventually that protection becomes so diminished that it's not relevant.
Thank you.
Okay, let's give Dory an opportunity.
That's all right. I think we just, Can you hear me? All right, great.
There you go.
I think we just have a couple more slides. And good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. Just a little brief out on our communications strategy. Very important, as Dr. Serjenko mentioned and supervisors have asked, is about our messaging. And so we have been tasked with, as a team, to really ramp up some of that messaging about the vaccines, the importance of getting the vaccine within our community. But also on the communication side of it is keeping the public just informed. And we have a lot of interested individuals here in Tuolumne County who want to know what is going on. And so our team works very hard at making sure we're answering those questions. We do continue to do our weekly press briefings where we give about an hour during the week on Friday mornings with our local media. And I just have to say a shout out to the team that's always there, Dr. Serjenko and Rebecca and Michelle, Supervisor Campbell, myself and others who are there to answer questions. But to those partners, both Union Democrat and Clark Broadcasting, because when we need to push something out, they do it for us. They have been phenomenal at getting information out at the last minute. So I just definitely, on behalf of the team, want to say thank you to those two entities. It really is a great partnership. We also are working with our regional PIOs and understanding what our neighbors, our fellow counties are doing. It's a great way to share messaging through the different organizations and also talk about some of the things that may be happening in one county yet that haven't happened in another or vice versa. It's a great opportunity. For the public, we always want to answer your questions. And many of us get daily phone calls or emails. But we do have a dedicated public health PIO email address that folks can write to, and we will definitely answer to that. And we want to make sure that folks know that if they send in an email, we will get to it. We are doing our best to make sure. And it is usually a group effort, depending on who reads it first. But we usually go back and forth, depending on the topic or the questions that are answered, to make sure that we are all giving the same accurate information. Also, with respect to information, we will be having our third COVID information night that will be set for April 7th. We had one in February and also last month. You can go to the Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services webpage and view both of those recordings. The platform is Microsoft Teams. It is something that we are converting over from a county. We understand there are a lot of our constituents who may be a little frustrated with that platform. We are learning it as well. I think we're getting better and better with each one of these information nights. And we are going to post also on that same webpage some kind of tutorials about how to make sure you download it properly and how to interact with Microsoft Teams. It's a little bit different platform, and we want to make sure we can reach as many people as possible with that. The next slide, Michelle, is really all of our dashboards and our information. A great Facebook page, and there are many staff at Public Health and DSW support folks who are working on our social media, and you'll see that pushed out. We also do that through Tuolumne County. It's really important for us to utilize those tools. For our volunteers, we do have a dedicated process, and so you want to volunteer. It's been phenomenal. We have had a lot of folks step up in our community. Obviously, in order to run our pods as successful as we have been able to do so, it's not only just the ability of our public health staff to perform incredible logistic feats to do those, but they also have taken in volunteers to help do that as well. So there have been many folks within our community that have stepped up to volunteer. Organizations, Twain Harte Area CERT, Groveland CERT, individuals, doctors, nurses, and just volunteers in general. So thank you to all of those folks, and we will continue to take folks as we expand those pods and vaccines distributions within the county. The data sets and the blueprint, these are great information and tools for folks to go to and get information. Most importantly, down at the bottom, the infamous call center line, 533-7440. That is really what we direct everybody to if there is a particular question, and also in registering. And then you can also email health@tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, yeah, I'll just say I didn't have any questions. I just very grateful for the information that you provided with respect to the vaccinations. I think for months we haven't had part of the difficulty that we've had with COVID-19 in the community has been the helplessness that we've all felt. It seems like there's no path forward to get social gatherings open, to get businesses open and functioning at their highest level, to protect our families, our loved ones, vulnerable populations in the community. But now we have that. We have a weapon against COVID-19. And so the number of people in the community, I kind of did a back of the envelope estimation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like more than half of our community is now in one way, shape, or form eligible for the vaccine. And so that getting the vaccine is in my mind equivalent to taking up a sword and shield in the battle against COVID-19. So I hope people take that seriously, and that they're willing to pitch in and on the fight to get things somewhat back to normal. We did ask for public comment. I don't think we have any more. So we'll go ahead and say thank you very much, and have a great rest of your day, doctor and public health staff, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move on. We do have a closed session. So we do have a closed session item that has a time-sensitive element to it. So that's item 20. I'll look to the board clerk to read that item, and we'll go into closed session.
Closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and NFREM Human Resources Director, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, and do we anticipate a report out? Okay, we do not. Look to see if there's any public comment on item 20. Okay. All right, we do not have any calls. All right, thanks very much, and we'll reconvene here in the board chambers. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We have nothing to report from closed session. Okay, so we'll be moving on to item 14 on the agenda. Look to our clerk. Could you please read the item for us?
Invitation to join YARTS, Joint Powers Authority, and adopt Resolution 2021 to accept and approve the existing YARTS Joint Power Agreement and designate the selection of Supervisors Kathleen Haff and Ryan Campbell as the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors members to sit on the Yards Board of Directors for a term of 2 years.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Darren Grossi, I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council and Transit Agency. With me today is Tyler Somerset, also of the Transportation Agency. And on the line, we may have Stacy Guzman, the Executive Director of the Merced County Association's government, or Christine Chavez. Not sure which one has joined us today to answer any questions you might have. Today's item is regarding participation as a voting member of the Yosemite Area Regional Transportation System. As you know, 58% of Yosemite National Park is in Tuolumne County. It's a beautiful, magnificent place to visit on the bucket list of many people worldwide. For that reason, Yosemite does have experienced congestion problems, traffic congestion, and we've been working with our gateway partners and the national park to relieve congestion and improve visitor experience since the 90s. In 2012, we began to have regular Yosemite Regional Transit System. The buses that run from 120, actually they started right now at Black Oak Casino, run through Sonora, Groveland, into the park on the 120 corridor. We began that service in 2012. We have 3 round trips a day. The Yosemite General Management Plan calls for up to 4 round trips per day. We've been a non-voting member of YARTS since 2012, but more recently we've been invited by the YARTS board to become a voting member. We think it's important that we become a voting member of YARTS because it's such an important service for visitors from Tuolumne County staying in hotels, as you might have seen recently in some of the hotel projects on the 120 corridor. They are identifying YARTS as a mitigation measure for VMT. So it's important for that reason, but it's also very important just to be responsible for the environment and helping the visitor experience. To become a YARTS member, we need you to approve a resolution accepting their invitation. The cost is about $68,400. We've identified funds in the Transportation Council's budget to cover that cost. We'll probably use federal congestion mitigation air quality funds. They're probably the type of fund that's the least favorite by our local partners, city and county, to use. They're tough funds to spend, a lot of rules, so putting it into operations is kind of the easiest thing to do. We've had the JPA, since you took an action back in October to support joining YARTS, we've been working with legal counsel on the Joint Powers Agreement and its review. It's attached to your agenda item, and we would encourage you to approve Resolution 2021. I'd also note that we're requesting that you recognize Supervisor Half as the YARTS representative with Supervisor Campbell as the alternate. They are also on our Transportation Council, so it's a nice crossover. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, we also have Christine Chavez, I think, is on the line. I want to give her opportunity. Christine, can you hear us? Hi, Christine, can you hear us?
Yes, let me, I'm sorry.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to make it not echo. There we go. Yeah. Consideration of joining the JPA. We've talked about this for a while, and we're looking forward to the addition to our membership. Sorry. I was trying to limit the feedback, but it's not working for me. So I look forward to this. YARTS is at a pivotal point in their
Christine, if you maybe if you turn down your speakers, and then you go ahead and, or are you on the phone?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds much better.
Okay. On behalf of YARTS, we're very much looking forward to having Tuolumne join the JPA. YARTS is going through a very pivotal point in its life where we're gearing up for a new turnover in contractors or a contract. And we're having to make some strategic decisions in how we move forward and focus on the longevity of YARTS and its sustainability. So we're excited to have Tuolumne consider being our partner for the future of YARTS. So I can answer any questions that you have. We meet on a quarterly basis, and we are gearing up for summer service, which starts typically in May and operates through October, but we have a year-round corridor on the 140. So, we gear up a little bit for summer, but we are looking forward to it. Tuolumne is one of our more kind of stable riderships. We always have pretty full buses coming out of Groveland and into the park throughout the summer. So we're really excited for consideration today.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much, Christine. Any questions from the board for either Mr. Grossi or Ms. Chavez from YARTS?
Just one, with the funding that you're using for this, is that funding going to be ongoing for the participation in YARTS, or is it just a one-time?
Amount of service hours, so it would be an annual obligation.
And from that fund?
Yes.
Correct, okay.
That's funding that we get because we're non-attainment for federal air quality standards. We also have other funding we could use as backup.
Okay, that's my only question.
Okay. Supervisor Goldenberg?
I was just going to note, I mean, YARTS is just, it's a great service. I've got friends that ride it fairly often, and they take their bicycles and go into Yosemite, and it's just, a wonderful program, and glad to see, Tuolumne County had the opportunity to join in on the JPA. Thanks.
Yeah, it's my wife and I also rode up there and put our bikes on the bus, and it was wonderful. But I will say the ride home is the best nap you can get in all of Tuolumne County.
Well, I guess if I'm going to represent YARTS, I better ride it, huh? Actually, we did have, when I was campaigning, we did have an idea of grabbing the kitchen cabinet, as we called it, my campaign team, and take a trip on YARTS, but something happened and it fell through. So just a note to self. And I'm looking forward. I've gone to one meeting so far in January, and it's a pretty active group. So I'm looking forward to joining them if the board decides that's a good idea.
And I was remiss in not mentioning that Tyler does work very closely with Lisa Mayo and the Visitors Bureau in promoting YARTS and making those linkages between our hotel industry, visitors and industry, as well as YARTS. So it's a team effort, and everybody's doing a great job so far.
Yeah. Any public comment? Okay, no public comment. Yeah, I think it's, I've gotten on YARTS at a couple different spots. I think Jamestown, and then the one that's closest to my house is Best Western, yeah, which is like, I think the furthest stop is the casino, right? Yeah, so it covers a pretty good stretch of Tuolumne County, where folks locals or people staying at hotels in Sonora or in Jamestown or other parts of Tuolumne County can, enjoy the city or different parts of Tuolumne County and travel to Yosemite. And it's a great connector for one of the biggest attractions to our region. And the main thing that I see where I've really come around to be a big fan of YARTS is that the national park system is changing, and how they view visitorship of national parks, particularly ones like Yosemite that have extremely high visitorship in a relatively small geographic area. Because we think of Yosemite as being, it's huge, but the part of Yosemite that 99% of people visit is actually quite small in comparison to the rest of the parks. So getting all those cars in there is difficult. And Yarts, I think, is an excellent alternative to that. It's an excellent alternative for local people, for people who are traveling internationally. I think it is one of the more popular uses of Yarts. And just seeing how the 120 corridor is expanding, and it's becoming a really hot place to be. And we need to figure out more ways to get people into the valley safely without increasing congestion and helping our VMT. I'm all for that. And if you're not sitting at the table, then you're on the menu. So, yeah, I'm all for it. Any other questions or comments? I did ask for public comment, I think. Yep. Otherwise, I'll look for a motion. I think it ought to be the supervisor from the.
I'll move to adopt the resolution to accept and approve the existing Yards Joint Powers Agreement and designate, should I be moving for this? Designate the selection of Supervisors Half and Campbell as the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors members to sit on the Arts Board of Directors for a term of 2 years.
Well, I'll join you in it. I'll go ahead and second that motion. So a motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Campbell. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thanks very much, guys. And thank you very much, Christine, for all your work, and looking forward to working with you closely in the future.
Thank you. I am so excited that you guys have approved this, and I will be in touch with the two of you on next steps and just the board orientation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on down the line to item number 15. Ms. Cunha, would you please read that item?
Consideration of providing direction on fees for fire inspections for state mandated occupancies.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Campbell, members of the board. I'm Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. And this is Chief Murphy with Tuolumne County Fire. We are here today just to get some final direction from your board about fire inspection fees, or fire inspections and associated fees, I should say. So just by way of some background, we first discussed this with your board on January 5th. And, at the time when we brought this to your board, this was a part of a more comprehensive business license program. The fire inspections were a part of that. And so this is a real big collaborative discussion with, our business innovation department, and of course, in the county administrator's office, and fire and community development, and so we have started to sort of piecemeal this program a little bit per your board's request. And so at this point, we are focusing right now on the fire inspection piece. And so as your board is aware, the purpose of these inspections is to proactively reduce the loss of life and property from fire, which of course aligns with your board's top goal for this year. So at the meeting on the 5th, we were talking about any additional, so the state mandates fire inspections take place for a whole host of occupancies, and Chief Murphy can discuss more about that. It's also in an attachment in your board packet. And then we also discussed if there were any non-mandated businesses that your board wanted to also require an annual inspection for. There wasn't clear consensus about that, about the non-mandated, but your board did all agree that you would like to start charging for mandated inspections, and these are inspections that the state requires. Staff currently conduct 169 mandated inspections annually. And the full cost to provide these inspections is $86.50 per hour. So that's the hourly rate, but of course, not all inspections take an hour, and often a lot of inspections take more than an hour. So when we talk about fees, we'll talk about what we're recommending as far as the fee itself. One item that's different from when we brought this to your board on the 5th of January is that the California Fire Code now mandates inspections for any homes that are used as vacation or short-term rentals with an occupancy of 10 people or more. So those would be our vacation rentals as we know them. We estimate that there are, well, it's not an estimate, there are approximately 900 vacation rentals in Tuolumne County. But it is unknown how many of those fall into that mandated category of 10 people or more, or an occupancy of 10 or more. But just that those are some numbers for your information. So then as we developed some recommendations, we brought those to the Finance Committee on January 29th. Staff conducted time studies, and that means an average of, so they spent about 3 months, our fire inspection staff, of actually calculating the amount of time that it took to conduct these mandated inspections. They write that data down. We have all of that backup. And then, so the fees that we're here to discuss today are a result of those time studies, the average amount of time that it takes to conduct the inspections for the various businesses that are mandated by the state. And so that's where the fees come from. So the results of the Finance Committee meeting are the following, or this is what the Finance Committee is recommending. The fees for the mandated inspections be set at full cost recovery. Just as a reminder, your board can choose to set those fees at whatever rate you want or whatever percentage of cost recovery you'd like them to be. The Finance Committee has recommended 100% cost recovery. Finance Committee also recommends the fees be a flat rate versus an hourly rate. So this would give more assurance to the businesses to know exactly what their fee would be each year rather than kind of a variable. The fees would not go into effect until January 1st, 2022. That's the Finance Committee's recommendation, in large part because of impacts related to COVID on businesses and giving some time to implement an education program. And then the vacation rentals and other transient occupancies would be charged for annual inspections. And there was some discussion about making those, making all of them a required inspection, even though occupancies with only 10 people or more are mandated by the state. There was some discussion in the Finance Committee about making all of those mandated. So it would be, that would be something that the county, that your board would have to, how did I word it here? Sorry. The further action would be needed by your board to mandate all vacation rentals require an inspection each year. You know, as I mentioned, it's unknown how many vacation rentals we have that actually have the 10 people or more occupancy level. And then, of course, because of the number of vacation rentals, that would require an additional fire inspector. But the idea is that with the full cost recovery, charging a fee for full cost recovery, that would pay for the additional fire inspector. So we're just here to get any additional feedback from your board, and then we will come back, set the public hearing to adopt those fees, and the fees are in the attachment there that list all of what the state mandates as far as inspections, and then the proposed fee based on cost recovery.
And I'm sorry, so an Airbnb is or is not a mandated inspection?
Yes, so an Airbnb that holds 10 people or more is mandated by the state.
Okay.
So what we're proposing is that your board actually mandate all Airbnbs be mandated to have an annual inspection.
And that would be the one exception, so.
That's right.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, questions, Supervisor Half.
Oh, I have comments. Is that okay?
Let's see if we have any public comment first. Okay, no public comment. You can go ahead.
All right, thanks for this presentation.
Yeah.
And from what I learned when I was campaigning, especially over in the Pine Mountain Lake area, is that people are crammed into those VRBOs and those Airbnbs. They may be a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, but there's 20 people partying. So, and that was mentioned a lot. It's a problem for noise and all sorts of other things. For that one reason alone, I'm really happy to see that you're suggesting as one of the options to make all vacation rentals part of this inspection, and I would be for that.
Supervisor Kirk?
I do have a couple questions and comments. I'll just go through my list. On page 1 of the memo, it says that staff currently conduct approximately 169 mandated inspections annually. Is that 169 different types, or that's what we have done annually is only 169 per year? Because when I do the math, if I do 169 inspections at $86 an hour, obviously it's not, full-time job for that.
Right, yeah, so I think there's a typo there in the inspections. Just last month, the inspectors, on a short month, mind you, conducted 27 inspections. So I think it's closer into the 500 inspections a year range.
500?
Yeah.
Okay. Just point of clarification. As far as state mandates, I'm really big on not going above and beyond the state mandate. Like, we already have so much crap thrown down our throat. But I was also the supervisor last time we talked about when I looked at the state regulations. It was hotels and whatnot, and obviously Airbnbs, you house people. There's a responsibility involved there as far as if I come and I set your Airbnb, then I don't want my family to burn up, in the second story. And so the fact that you guys are recommending to go above and beyond, I struggle with it a little bit, but when I go back and I think about my own words, and the point of this is to preserve life, specifically for people staying. So I actually will support that, and I think it's going to be really hard to try and figure out out of those 900 which ones are 10 or more because, anyways. So, but to that point, I guess part of my thing is how are you going to track that? How are you going to know what 900? How are you going to organize this? How are you going to notify the homeowners? What, I guess, is that going to be down the road? We'll have that conversation. Or is that something that you guys will implement without board say in the future, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's something that would have to be discussed. Likely that if business license are required for those types of businesses, that may be identified on that.
So the business license
sheet
would trigger that.
It may be we just go to them and see what their configuration is.
Okay,
or
because I think
working with the
just getting to that point is gonna be a lot of work. So
yeah,
okay.
sure.
And then and because of that, because we would open it up if the board chooses to do that. That would require that we create an additional fire inspector. If I'm hearing that right, correct?
Yes, we believe that the fees would fund the position. Yeah.
Okay. My speaker's been on. Does this also affect the city of Sonora? So will our inspectors be going into Airbnbs in the city of Sonora? Or do they have their own jurisdiction?
No, mine was off. The city of Sonora conducts their own inspections, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's their jurisdictional boundaries.
All right, two more, and that is on the fees. When we say it's an hour to go out and do, the first one, R2 apartment building. When we say it's an hour to go out there, are we also including drive time, sitting down? Okay, because like I said, we had some issues with some other fees where we're charging way too much. I just want to make sure this is as close to reality as possible. We're not.
Right, so yeah, so it
Making people
includes from the
look
time they leave the premises, when they drive off to when they get to the site. It includes the drive time, the inspection time, and then a little bit of time for the paperwork. And that also includes a re-inspection if there are violations.
Okay.
And so, of course, you look at Groveland, the same size business in Groveland, and to a business in the Sonora area and the county jurisdiction, they may be the same size and the type of business, but the time is different. And so we take those and we average them out.
Right. Okay. Then my last question is, and I know it's not on here, and I'm just sitting here thinking about it, but can we get, one of my biggest concerns is vacant lots. And I guess that's probably going to be another conversation, but it would be great to put vacant lots, because here we are, we're coming into people's businesses or homes. I know some people are going to be frustrated with that, while their neighbor next door has a bunch of dead trees, which is way more of a fire hazard than, maybe their house will pose. So Where would that come into
Yeah,
conversation?
so I do believe that would be another conversation for a vacant lot ordinance, but one of the good points about doing these inspections on all businesses, and mandated or non-mandated, or Airbnbs, or those types of facilities, is that the inspectors are also looking at their clearance around the business. So it's not just what is inside of the walls of the business, but they're looking on the exterior of the business. They're looking for, we just had one in the monthly newsletter, I think it was included, or it will be in March, about an apartment complex that had dead tree onto it and stuff like that. So they're looking at everything around the building as well. So that would be a plus from doing those Airbnb type businesses, is that they would get that additional inspection.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
There we go. Yeah, Supervisor Kirk, laid out a bunch of, good questions. Thank you for doing that. You thought of some areas that I wasn't keen in on, and that was helpful. And I concur, I'm not a big fan of, doing more than mandated. But in this case, we've really got a mixed bag, right? Some of these vacation rentals could certainly have those occupancies. Be really hard to tell who did or who did not on any given day. The other thing is, when you have people that are staying in a facility that's new to them, it's unknown to them, and they're traveling, and so there would be an expectation that, they should be safe. And so I think that this is good that we include these types of facilities in it, and I'm supportive of doing so for the whole program of the inspections and including the vacation rentals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would be a good opportunity, not just for our inspectors to view the premises and ensure it's safe for the public, but also to have that contact with the property owner to provide the education material and to leave for the people that use their facility or their home. So
yeah, I've been under some discussions with staff about that. Good opportunity for things, fire prevention materials, and as we move forward with thinking about evacuation routes and shelter in place, a lot of good information could be given. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Okay. And so one quick question on this. You said that these are mandated inspections. Can you define what mandated is? So this is the state telling us we have to do it. Are they new or old? Were they required before, but we haven't been doing them?
yes, they're mandated by the health and safety code. I don't have the exact code number it is. I think it's in the 12,000s, but that mandates of specific types of occupancies that are on the list there that are required to have inspections.
Okay, and these are only ones that are mandated. There are no extra ones added on that we were not doing inspections for before that we didn't need to do?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And just to the second part of your question, we are currently doing these inspections. We just don't charge for them right now. And so really what we're looking for from your board is to make the decision about, do you want to charge for them and maybe help recover some of that cost that for work we're already doing. Yeah.
I see, great. Wrote a couple of things. For the cost recovery, I think one of the things I've been trying to be consistent with is making sure that we're being financially responsible as a county. We're having to make hard cuts every single year a lot of the time. And this is one opportunity for a service that provides inspections to these places, recover those costs, and I'm in support of that. I'm somewhat neutral on whether that should apply to vacancies, rental vacation areas, VSOB, VROBs. Anyway, under 10 units. I would recommend, if we decide to move forward with that, potentially starting at 2 units so that somebody can rent out a room, but anything beyond that where it may start becoming more of a commercial thing, I think that would lessen the impact on a lot of people who might just rely on a little extra income to kind of make the bills make sense every month. Is there any opportunity to be able to do these on a more spread out basis instead of annually to reduce the impacts? For example, having a fire inspection on all these every 3 years.
There is some room there. The law mandates reiterates that some inspections are done annually, and then there's some leeway on some of the other inspections. The concern there is spreading the risk. So there's a reason why, for example, residential care facilities get an annual inspection, like senior homes and hotels and apartments. There's a lot of in and out traffic. There's sometimes the maintenance. We just had a sprinkler. I just posted on our social media, again, a little shameless plug, about a sprinkler that was hanging out of a ceiling that, that those types of things that we find every time annually we find, and the businesses know we're coming. We find fire code violations. What you're doing when you reduce the frequency is you're increasing the risk. There's been some, I can't breathe with this thing on, but there's some jurisdictions have tried to do the mail-in self-inspections. I've read some reports where they're just, the conclusion was it wasn't worth the effort. It was either just go out every 3 years or not do the self-inspection. So the other thing, it's the same thing is that when you do the annual inspections, you're getting that face time with the property owner and really stressing those fire prevention things. Because they want to, not only do they want to protect their investment, but they also want to protect their business and prevent something disastrous from happening.
Yeah, the value of the interaction's clear to me. It's just only, in addition to increasing that exposure to be able to provide information, they're paying for that time at a pretty premium rate, $86.50 per hour. I would make a recommendation to my colleagues only that, again, we follow the state mandated minimums on this. If it is every year, we do every year. If for some businesses they only feel it needs to be done every 3 years, that is adjusted to do so to lessen the burden on those businesses. Do you expect to have full cost recovery for the inspector position if you had to add a new one on?
Yes, we believe that the fees will pay for the inspector.
And one other thing, I look at some of these, and I brought this up in the last meeting. So a commercial daycare, for example, has to get charged about $90, $86.50, if it has 1 to 6 people. If it was a commercial daycare, not even sure if we have any of these, but an industrial-sized one, 150 plus kids, it's only about 4 times as much. It seems like the inspections would be much higher. I look at, for example, the apartment buildings. It's only 6.5 times higher if you have an apartment with 4 units versus you have something that has 300 units, one of our biggest, apartments in the whole county. It's only 6.5 times longer. So to me, I wonder if there's a way to prorate that in a way that I think maybe reflects it is a much heavier burden on the smaller businesses than it is the larger ones, and I suspect maybe takes less time, or alternatively takes a lot more time for a 300 apartment complex.
Yeah, so that's kind of the angle that we took when working through these fees and working with the averages is that it spreads it out. The other thing is, just right off the top, you made me think it was while we may not have a 300 unit apartment complex or a daycare with 150 students, we're planning, right? So planning for the future. And so the part of that is that the difference between an apartment complex, say, and a child care facility is that typically a child care facility is going to be more open, whereas an apartment has a bunch, apartment complex has it's more construction, more technically difficult to traverse and to navigate, and more fire extinguishers and things like that to inspect. And so that's why there's the difference there.
The main concern, I think, is not for me the type, but that it's $90 to inspect up to 4 units, and then at 300 units, it's only 6.5 times more, which, as I understand, you wouldn't look at one room and just say, well, the rest are fine. You'd still be reviewing every single room. And I can't imagine, even with the driving time or some of the things that might be shared, like a water system, or inspecting the driveway, or various things, that would pencil out. It seems like it'd have to be way higher for a 300 apartment building, right? I mean, maybe not 100 times more, but certainly more than 6.
Yeah, so I think kind of what Chief Murphy said is that some of these we don't have in the county right now, but we're sort of making, projections for potential. And always what we have, what your board has the prerogative to do, or what we as staff do, is continue to monitor our time. And as we feel like maybe things are taking longer or things are taking shorter than what we had set the fee originally, then we will definitely come back to your board to propose a change in that fee amount. But for sure, of course, we know already what the 4-bedroom or the 4-room, 4-unit, apartments, or some of those smaller, we know what those are right now because we do them on a regular basis. And so what we've proposed is actual time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my recommendation would be for each of these on the lowest level tier for the smallest business, that be in a way reduced, because that's going to be the one that is the most burdensome for the business owner that actually could present an issue. Probably if you own a 100 apartment building and you're covering a $432 expense, that's probably a rounding error in the budget. Whereas for $490, it's something more substantial. That's at least what my recommendation would be. I had one last question. This is related to potentially instead of doing, so how are these inspections conducted? Are they oftentimes just individual properties, or is there some grouping of bulking, like for example, instead of in a residential area doing just a home inspection on that Airbnb, doing all the Airbnbs in that area, therefore eliminating some of the driving time, the preparation?
So currently it's set up individually. We do try to group them together, but that is a scheduling, sometimes nightmare, depending on the availability of the different business owners.
Okay.
And the other thing is, we may be able to do them all at the same time this year, and next year or the year after that, it could be spread out throughout the year, so.
Is there a way to incorporate into this that if multiple similar businesses work together to do one trip, that they would end up getting the hourly rate instead of each of them paying? Because as it is right now, there's not an incentive for them to work together to save us money. If there was an incentive, maybe all of Jamestown, all the businesses would, through the promotion club, for example, get all of them to do inspections in one day and each pay a lot less money to do so. But they wouldn't, I don't think they would do that if it was an individual, not hourly fee. Is there room to make an hourly fee for businesses working together?
So you're right now, so I think that's a larger question about how your board wants to set these fees. Your board has the prerogative either to set an hourly rate or to apply just a flat fee. You can't, I don't believe so, and I could defer to Chris here, but I don't think you can do kind of an either or. I think it would be one or the other, because that is going to go into the fee structure itself, so, yeah.
Definitely not an either or. Whether or not it could be hourly.
Yeah, it's on now.
Oh.
You're good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, definitely not either or. But we do have fees that are hourly or the other flat fee. We'd have to look at the mechanics of doing it the other way. Definitely not.
So both could exist. We could have this flat structure for individual and then have an hourly if it's a grouped.
It would have to be a separate fee.
Oh, I see.
Each fee
That's what I was
needs to be
wondering.
either or.
Okay. My recommendation only on this is that it be hourly, because then businesses can work together, say, for example, through a chamber of commerce. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, I think Supervisor Goldenberg had a.
Yeah, a couple of comments, please. First of all, we, as a board, we had discussed hourly versus fixed fees, and we spent some pretty good time on that and decided that in order to, as Liz presented here today, that to give the place being inspected, that owner, they would know what the cost was going to be. If you have it at an hourly, the concern was that those fees could range, and I was very uncomfortable with that. The other item, that myself, if you've got one person staying in a place, or if you've got 10 or 20, a life is a life, right? You're still inspecting for the same things to make sure that there's not, they have a safe way out, that they've got smoke detectors, they've got extinguishers, the things that are required. It doesn't matter if there's one person or a lot of people. You're protecting. It's a life safety thing to protect, a person there. So I would be, against changing that for occupancies that just had one. It just doesn't make sense to me from a life safety perspective.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of what was said, particularly, Supervisor Kirk, what you were talking about with respect to state mandates. I feel similar. Like I typically, if we have the opportunity to stick to the mandate and not go beyond that, I generally side that way. But I think this is a pretty narrow addition to that. We're not expanding it in a great deal of areas. I think this particular change to include Airbnbs and VRBOs, I think is narrowly tailored to the needs of our community because we have a fair number of Airbnbs and a larger than average tourist activity here. So I think it's appropriate to include all Airbnbs and VRBOs in that. And that goes to Supervisor Goldenberg's point, which is that, whether 10 people die in a fire or 3 people die in a fire, it's still too many. And if we're trying to protect people's lives when they're renting these homes, it seems like we need to protect them, and that the number shouldn't matter how many lives that we're protecting, because one life lost in a fire is too many. The other thing is that, we are requiring hotels, motels, residential care facilities, daycares to follow these rules. They have multiple people residing in these facilities. And so I wouldn't want to burden, say, a small hotel or a bed and breakfast that has, 15 residents, and then turn around and give, I don't, for lack of a better term, preferential treatment to an Airbnb that has nearly the same occupancy. So it's the fairness, it's the fact that it's narrowly tailored to our community, this additional change that we're talking about, and it's the fact that one life lost is too many. And I also wanted to agree with Supervisor Kirk about the unimproved lots. I think that is a discussion for a later time, but finding a way to kind of address that issue. I hear complaints about it constantly, and so just kind of as an aside. I think we took did I take public comment? Looking to see if there is any additional, no? Okay, any other discussion, or I'll look for a motion?
I just have one point to make, because Supervisor Brandon went on about it for a while. I would bet to say the majority of probably these Airbnbs, the 900, probably fit within the up to 4 units. So I think asking people to pay $86, although the number seems big compared to some of these other ones, I think it's very fair, and I think it would be extremely hard to get several businesses, because you have multiple days where people are coming in, leaving. I mean, to get the inspection, you got to be able to go in. So there's a whole nightmare as far as being able to schedule, because you got to contact the owner. When do you have vacancy, so I can come do the inspection? I think there's a lot of details that we don't really want to get into. So anyways, I just wanted to bring that up because it was on my mind. But with that, I would make a motion as it is written for to.
Are we ending discussion?
What is the recommendation?
Yeah, are we, so that was my misspoke. I said I was looking for a motion, but you're not looking for a motion from us, are you?
That's right. I'm just looking for any
Okay.
further direction
Gotcha.
on
So are
what
you
we're
hearing
proposing.
relatively consistent consensus on direction from the board? Okay. Do you want, so I guess what we're looking for is going ahead with the recommendation from staff.
That's right. And then we'll be back for a public hearing for your board to adopt the fees as we've discussed today.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And Okay, so move on to item 16.
Consideration and approval of change order number 9 for the Sheriff J. H. Jack Dambecker Detention Center.
Do you want to hold off on this Okay, so while we're wrestling up Mo, why don't we move on to our 1:30 appointment? Okay, so let's go ahead and do our 1:30 appointment. Since you guys were in front anyway. So Cece, would you please read our 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider adopting ordinance 3388, amending section 17.52.200 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding the construction of accessory dwelling unit and provide staff direction on future building code amendments related to housing.
Good morning, good afternoon. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm here today to proudly present to you ordinance code update, amending section 17.52.200 of our ordinance code with respect to the construction of accessory dwelling units. We are joined by our consultant team today, who will be running a presentation. So we'll need to bring that up on the screen. Okay, there we go.
And just like that,
Ta-da!
it appears.
Ta-da! Okay, so.
Did that work?
Yep,
You
we
can see
hear
it?
you, Amy. Great. So before I have our consultants start, I want to introduce Amy Sinsheimer and Charlie Knox of PlaceWorks. And they have been engaged by the county to assist with all of our zoning code updates. This piece that you're hearing today is just a component of the scope of work that they were engaged to prepare. And so before we start, I just wanted to let you make it really clear that and they'll probably repeat some of this, but state laws changed, and in 2020, our county staff stopped enforcing our local regs and began enforcing state regs. So for the last 15 months or so, we have been in a little bit of limbo with respect to what's written in our code, because the state law basically trumped what we had written locally. So we've been in a bit of a holding pattern until we were able to bring this before your board today. And so with that, Amy and Charlie, do you guys want to take it away, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. As Quincy said, I'm Amy Sinsheimer. I'm here with PlaceWorks, and we also have Charlie Knox. We'll both be available to help with answering questions after we do a short presentation. So I think perhaps I can no longer advance the slides. Is that correct? I'm not sure. Something happened with the Zoom. Oh, never mind. It's working now. Okay, great. So just to go over what we want to touch on today, what your existing code allows. Quincy touched on that. Some of the key things that have happened thus far to get to the draft that's before you today. The input that we received from the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee earlier last year, and then also late last year from the Planning Commission. And then some other considerations related to second units and other types of alternative housing units, the schedule, and then we'll take your questions and comments. So as Quincy mentioned, prior to 2020, when a lot of the new laws for ADUs went into effect, you regulated second units or secondary single-family dwellings in 1752-200, which is where we have made the revisions that are before you. To remind you that required a parcel that wanted to have a secondary dwelling to have at least twice the minimum parcel size, and that was in the that is currently in the RE1, RE2, RE3, and RE5 districts. Also, as Quincy mentioned, just to re-emphasize, because you haven't updated your ordinance yet to comply with the changes to state law that went into effect at the beginning of last year, the county is currently defaulting to state law where there's a difference. So just to give a little history, second dwellings have been regulated under state law for about 20 years, but they have had a lot more legislation passed related to them since 2016. And in particular, in 2019, there were multiple bills that basically facilitate this housing type being allowed more broadly across the state. So the major updates that we've made to the draft are to allow ADUs where single family and multifamily residential uses are allowed. And that means to allow them without discretionary review when they meet certain standards. And that's right out of the state law. At the same time, to continue to comply with life safety and health and safety requirements that are either county regulations or state regulations. And that includes wastewater disposal and fire safety, for example. Other updates include organizing the chapter a little bit differently, the section a little bit differently to make the steps clearer about how an ADU could be permitted. And then also to allow what are called junior ADUs, which is a smaller unit that's built inside of an existing single family dwelling. And that's also something that's required under state law. And then how code enforcement works with ADUs. There's a section on that as well. We, as I mentioned, went to several committee meetings last year, the most recent one being the Housing Policy Committee. So there were quite a few questions. We had really good discussion. And I'm not going to read all these word for word. I'll let everyone, take a look here. But basically, we got questions on a variety of topics, including, how do these new second units work with septic systems, and making sure that, the county could still have a safe situation and a situation that allows for treatment when that's when that's needed. We also talked about how ADUs factor into CEQA traffic analysis when that's required as part of a bigger project that's not a ministerial project. If an existing unit has sprinklers or doesn't have sprinklers, that actually dictates, what is required for the new detached accessory unit, if that's the situation. So that was another question that came up. We also had questions about something in the law that basically says that there can be an expansion of 150 square feet in certain situations, and that is to allow for access, so ingress and egress. We also talked about setback requirements when an ADU is being added to an existing structure versus creating part of a new structure or a whole new structure, and state law has specific requirements for that. We had a question about, and sorry, I should have mentioned, the last slide was where we started to get questions from the Planning Commission when we went to their meeting in November. So should have made that clarification that we had moved on to that feedback. So then continuing with the input received from the Planning Commission, how do ADU setback requirements under state law relate to defensible space related to fire protection? And so that is regulated in multiple ways, but basically the building code is where the defensible space requirements live. And that's not something that would be addressed also by the ADU ordinance. And then also, is the county adding regulations in this draft that go above and beyond the requirements of state law for ADUs? And this draft does not. We talked some more with the Planning Commission about fire safety requirements and how the requirements in the building code and then requirements that apply to existing structures interact with these new state requirements for ADUs. And then just to give you a sense for where we've been so far on this part of the project. So a little less than a year ago, we got started. We did, as I mentioned, meet with the committees a couple of times and produced an administrative draft for the county staff and then a public draft of the ADU ordinance. The Planning Commission met in November, and we're here before you today to receive your input. And I believe now I'm going to hand it off to Quincy to talk about a couple other things. And Quincy, just let me know when you need me to advance.
Will do. Thanks, Amy. So before I get into the content of this slide, I just wanted to let you know that I handed out a errata sheet. We did find some incorrect references. What we changed what we were numbering everything. And so what I've handed out is just a change in numbering in the references in the code from kind of where we started to where we ended up. So some of those got slipped through. And we also I just wanted to clarify the proposed, what the language we're requesting for 1752-200E1 is that an ADU shall be allowed to be at least 16 feet in height and shall be set back 4 feet from the property, from the side and rear property lines, not how it's currently written, which it shall not exceed 16 feet. So this sheet, if you do intend to make a motion and can include the staff errata sheet in your motion, then we would make sure we got all those references correct. Thank you. Cody? Yes, direction of the Planning Commission is the height specific.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you explain that to be at least 16 feet in height? I don't quite understand that. Are we saying that an ADU has to be at least 16 feet in height? I mean,
It can be. So what we're doing here is we're trying to take state law and mash it, put it into our ordinance code. And that's what the state law says. The state law says that it may be 16 feet in height. And so there are other requirements, the building code that certainly would dictate height of structures and roof lines and things like that. So we're saying it may be 16 feet.
Okay, this says shall.
Yes,
And there's a difference between shall and may.
It shall be allowed to be at least. It's both.
That's kind of a bad way to word it. Okay.
In Quincy, we can't change that because it's state law.
It's state law. You can be more restrictive than state law, but
Were
you
any
can't
of you
be
guys
less.
at that meeting when they came up with this law?
I was not there, no.
It's ridiculous. I mean, if you build a garage with pony walls, you're going to be well above 16 feet. So you just.
And you may have an ADU that can do that.
And you may go above 16 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Huh? Oh, sorry.
So a couple other items had come up in the discussion of accessory dwelling units, and one of them was a question with respect to how long an ADU can be rented for. In further consultation with the state, there are certain ADUs that are going to be constructed that must be rented for longer than 30 days. These are attached, they're within structures, but there are ADUs that can be constructed that we call are subject to development codes. That would be setbacks, height limitations, parking requirements. If a local agency wanted to put landscaping in or other types of design review, those may be rented for less than 30 days. Our ordinance right now that's proposed to you is suggesting that all ADUs are treated the same in Tuolumne County and that they're all subject to a 30-day minimum rental time frame. The state law says we may do that, so we are consistent with state law in that proposal, but I just wanted to be really clear that state law says certain types of ADUs, subject to development standards, can be rented for shorter. They can be, or a local agency can put a time length on it, but there are some we can't change. So the proposal before you today is to treat them all the same. The second thing I wanted to bring up and request direction from your board on today is that there's been this ordinance has generated lots of conversation about other types of housing that the county may or may not want to allow either as permitted or conditional uses. In talking with our project team, the strategy we're suggesting for you today is to review and make a decision or send back to staff the ADU ordinance without referencing what types of housing can or cannot be an ADU. What we would then, at your board's direction, is pursue what other housing types does the county want to have, and sort of leave the ADU ordinance as agnostic, as housing agnostic. It just says these are the standards that it would have to meet, but allow then additional discussion to occur on what that actual housing structure could be. I've brought Brian Bell with me, our chief building official today, who is here to answer questions if the conversation should go that way about those other housing types, and we can talk a little bit about that. But today, really, we're looking for feedback and discussion on the accessory dwelling unit, and then does the board want to have staff explore other housing types? And then where does that fall within the scope of the work that our department is already looking at? Amy, can you go ahead and advance the slide? I think we're at the end.
So just to clarify, so you're looking for discussion about adopting the ADU ordinance, and then at that point we can talk about how much time we want to direct you to putting into exploring alternative housing types.
Correct. So our scope of work right now we have in Title 17 zoning code update is, it's been in the planning committee work plan, and we talked a little bit about the housing policy committee. It has been set essentially. And so from the ADU ordinance, our next step is to tackle our wireless ordinance. Our next step is to tackle discretionary versus conditional uses, definitions, permitting streamlining, types of permits that the county issues, and what's the appropriate level of review and approval or decision-making for those permits. So right now, whenever this item concludes, whether we do it today or at a future meeting, our staff is moving on to the next item on our list. And so because this item generated so much discussion.
So we're not moving down the list until we check off ADU.
Well, that's what I'm looking for direction for today, is some general feedback on that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Supervisor Half?
I'm kind of curious, when it talks about the 30-day or whatever that verbiage is, why didn't the state say month-to-month rentals? Or could we I want to make it clear, this is for general housing rentals, not for vacation. And could we put in there something to that effect where it's very clear that we're looking at month-to-month rentals, not a 30-day vacation home?
I'm not sure how we would differentiate between a month-to-month longer-term rental or a 30-day limit for whatever purpose it was being proposed for. From a staff perspective, that seems difficult for us to enforce. We're looking into private agreements between property owners and tenants, and that seems like it might be creeping a bit. The state law, and Amy and Charlie, I'm going to call on you, I'm giving you a heads up. The state law says it may be 30 days, but I believe your board has the discretion to make it longer if you wanted to make it 6 months. So Amy and Charlie, do I have that accurately?
Yes.
Well, I know the whole intent of this, doing it uniformly across the state, was to get more affordable housing for people who need it.
Yes, the in a nutshell, and I'm completely paraphrasing, the goal of the state law is to provide additional housing, at a more, it's smaller in size, therefore the intent is that it rents for a lower price, these types of things. So that is the goal of the state law, which is why the proposal before your board today treats all ADUs the same at a 30-day minimum
So
rental
I
timeline.
get, if I may paraphrase the question just for my own understanding. So if the same individual or family rents an ADU for 12 months, is that a violation of the ADU ordinance?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I just want to see the intent be
Yeah.
followed through and how we safeguard that we don't have more VRBOs and Airbnbs as a result of this ADU ordinance. I don't want to see it abused, is what I'm saying. But I like it. I like it.
Supervisor Brandon.
Just a few questions. One was looking at the different zonings. There was a few that I was wondering why they might not have been included. RE10, mixed use, A10 and A20. Even though the latter two are agricultural lands, there is, I believe, in the ordinance code a housing provision for workforce. And this seems to be what I would expect maybe a seasonal worker for, would be staying in, not necessarily a full house out there.
So no zoning district is excluded from the ADU ordinance. The ADU ordinance will apply to any parcel whose zoning already allows a house. Okay? So in mixed use, they're allowed a house, they can have ADUs. In R3, in our commercial zone. So it's in that way, it also treats the zoning districts the same in that it's looking at, typically the first permitted use in a zoning district, if it has one, is a single-family dwelling. Then the ADU ordinance would apply.
Okay, then, because that's what I thought it was before. What was the RE 1, 2, 3, 5 slide?
Okay, so great question. So prior to 2020, the county had a second dwelling unit regulation, which said if you were in RE 1, 2, 3, 5, a specific number of zoning districts, if you met certain criteria, you could have a second dwelling, 1,200 square feet or less, sorry, that would really be a big one. Lots of housing there. Okay, so, and that, then you had to flip to another section of the code, and it said you may, if you're in these zoning districts, have a second unit if you meet twice the minimum parcel size. So if you were in a RE1 and you had 2 acres, okay, you tripped that. And there were some other provisions in there with specific requirements meeting the Public Resources Code 4290, which is our fire safe regulation. So that was another piece of the puzzle that we looked at in whether or not your property prior to 2020 could have an accessory dwelling unit. In 2020, all of those extra things we looked at, the state took away from us.
That's all getting removed.
That's all got removed, and the
Okay.
state said you shall allow ministerially and in a specified time frame with reduced fees and all sorts of other allowances, you shall allow a second, an ADU, accessory dwelling unit. Does that
Okay.
answer your question, Jern?
Yeah, it
Okay,
does.
thanks,
Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
And one thing that we talked about, for ADUs, I think especially cost is the concern. This is meant to be an affordable option for people. So anything to reduce that cost is hugely impactful. We discussed briefly about some of the other counties that have implemented, I believe it's a pre-vetted, approved vendor system of people who sell some of these units to basically say this model from this company meets Tuolumne County Code and therefore is completely ministerial. I did, read in there that I believe we can't hold it up anyways as it goes, but just to make it even faster. How would that be adopted as it is with this proposal?
So I'm going to speak for Brian briefly, and he'll throw something at me in the back of my head and if I misspeak. But basically, at the current time, we would treat that like we would treat any other building permit that would come through the door. If you want to get a prefab building that comes through or a prefab garage, you have to still meet our California building code. And so, as it is currently, is any ADU that comes through the door would need to meet our building code. And that's one of the things that I'm here to seek direction on is, do we want to expand that range of types of housing that we can come in and say, this meets our building code? Okay.
Okay, and adding this into the building code, would we, for example, to again, generate more ADUs in the community, advertise to say, well, maybe it's not as expensive as you think. If you get it from one of these 3 companies, it will be faster and cheaper than if you had built it yourself.
So that type of outreach and education is a component of several planning grants that our department has. We have thousands of dollars dedicated to to do this type of outreach where we either notify them that we do have pre-approved set of plans or that there's a streamlining process. So we have funding to support that work, either done by a consultant or our county staff. We just have to get there. And so, that's been, I think I've been pretty open about this. There's only so many of our senior level staff members who are managing these long range planning projects, and it becomes really difficult for us to get all of this work done. But there are funding deadlines that we need to adhere to for those grants. So, that's not the work that's going to get postponed because we have to spend those grant funds.
Okay, and just last question on that would be, is there a reason not to put that into the ordinance code? If it could be in either, since that's a little more accessible and available, it seems to me to be a little bit more permanent, to have a pre-approved list that will be created and advertised.
I don't think that it's necessarily something that the government code would want that's appropriate to put in an ordinance. To me, in my experience, that would be more of staff outreach through our committees and our commissions, as well as visiting our other industry groups, so that we're advertising that these things are available to them. And like I said, we have funds to do that through the grant process, but putting the list, I'm hesitant to do that, Supervisor Brandon, because that vendor list may change over time. The specifications, the building code changes over time, every periodically. And so to memorialize something like that in an ordinance code might not be the best spot, but I think we have other ways that we can effectively do that to make sure that the public knows that these options are available to them.
Okay. No more questions then?
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, just to tag on to that thought, I think what Supervisor Brandon was getting at here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that, if there's a pre-approved vendor, if we set that up, that, hopefully we could look at, if you had one unit that was approved and if they were all built to that same standard, that you could achieve some cost savings. That's one of the things that's been a very common concern here in the county is the cost of the fees. It's not just our county, it's all counties. So, I mean, even if you had a list, we could set up something and say, okay, here's our list, and we could refresh it once a year or something. But it seems like we should be able to go down this road, not necessarily just in this, ADUs, but in other areas as well. And I'm supportive of that type of thinking. If we can, if they meet the standards and they certify that they meet those standards, then we could approve those. And if we can save the people some money in the process, that's a good thing. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Charlie, I'm going to ask you to jump in here because actually Charlie Knox, on our consultant team, lives in an urban area and is building an ADU in his backyard and has really good firsthand knowledge about the process and what that's been and what he's gone through with that. And we do intend to do exactly that. If there is a way for us to have pre-approved plans or pre-approved designs to make those available, it becomes a challenge in Tuolumne County for two reasons: slope and infrastructure. And that's a big, that limits a lot of rural counties from mimicking what, what San Jose is doing or what Santa Cruz is doing, where they were able to develop 3 or 4 models that you can put on a flat piece of property. So those two things become challenges, but not limitations. Charlie, is there anything you want to add about the costs of ADUs and sort of either the myth or the reality of being able to replicate a set of plans?
Yeah, only that even if your site is flat, if you have a small site, and even if you have very reduced setbacks, which we do under the state law, you may end up with a shape that's not a rectangle. And most of the model units are rectangles or squares. But I think the thing I would emphasize here that might take the pressure off of any kind of annual or more frequent review of a list of vendors is if we focus on a series of plans, maybe 3 or 4, as was done. Clovis has a good example of this. They have, I think, 3 off-the-shelf junior. They're not junior; they're small. They're like 400 400 to 800 square feet cottage types, you can allow any vendor who's able to provide that particular product to compete with each other, both for the clientele and also the cost. So there are some good models out there where instead of limiting the vendor list or identifying vendors, they've identified 3 or 4. It can be Craftsman, stucco, old California, whatever you like for the shell. But they have 3 or 4 basic designs, and any vendor who provides that design is going to get the faster permit processing. What I'll say about my own experience in the East Bay is the state gives the municipalities, the counties and cities 60 days to approve the ADUs. Mine took 58 days. So, when you first get into it, you think, oh, it's over the counter, it's going to be easy. There's still a lot to work out, and even on a flat site like mine, there's, the city next to me doesn't allow you to push your drainage off the site. They want, kind of the new greener stormwater on-site management. My city's old school, and they want to pipe everything and pump it out to the street, and so that added cost and time. But I think you guys are in great shape to do this combination of adopting the state ordinance with the customization for Tuolumne County that you've been talking about, and then I think rather than focus on a list of people, although there might be quite a few in the county who could do this, focus instead, if you like, on what you think would be a model set of plans, which could be developed with the funding, the grant funding that you talked about, and then basically open it up to anybody who can provide that for people wanting to build a housing in Tuolumne County.
Yeah, okay, so I get that. And understandably, sites can be different, and there's a lot of, concerns with drainage, with slope and everything else, but the basic structure, portion, we just like to look for a way to somehow make that a simpler process and less costs involved, so.
A professional group I belong to, the California County Planning Directors Association, we do those types of things, and just had our conference and have set up a series of meetings to make sure that we're sharing resources so that not every county is reinventing the wheel, so that we can kind of pool amongst our rural counties and share those plans to the benefit of everyone.
Supervisor Kirk, you had a question or comment?
So you guys kind of took a lot of what I was going to say, because we've been discussing this for 2 years. I keep emailing you every 4 months. Hey, where are we at with ADU? And like you said, Santa Cruz, I think today what we're talking about is the ADU ordinance. Because when does this go into effect? Once we approve it?
60 days.
In 60 days. So I think the good thing is that we're coming in with, we're abiding with the state. We're going to allow people, if they want to, immediately to start building ADUs. And I think for me, when I talked to some Santa Cruz County supervisors who did this, and what they did, and again, not reinventing the wheel, is they have 3 or 4 plans. So you come to the county, if you like one of those plans, you pick it out over the counter, you walk away. You don't have to pay any of the permit fees. It's to encourage growth. But one thing that surprised me, and this was at the beginning, the data could have changed, was they didn't have as many ADU units as they thought off the bat. So I think, although we're all excited that we're going to put this on the market and people are going to be able to build them, I don't want to spend a bunch of time or energy and resources right now and take you away from other projects that we currently have going. I kind of like to open this up and see what the numbers are that start coming in your office. And if we start getting, a good handful of these, then great, maybe we can expedite it and come up with the process. If we don't, then I think it's a good time for us to gauge to see how much time and energy we want to put into, I don't want to put a bunch of your resources and time into something that's maybe not as great as we think. I mean, I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to help some people out. But I'm okay with passing this. One question I did have, and I'm sorry I didn't bring it up earlier, is can we get the county for these fees or their fees? How do we get them to waive their fees for?
You mean county schools?
County schools, yeah.
We've had discussions with the
We need
county
to call
superintendent.
Kathy Parker
Yeah,
up
we've had
again.
discussions about that and the timing of those fees. That's been something that our planning committee and our housing policy committee have brought up in the past. Before I move on, I just want to correct myself. Because it's a zoning ordinance, it's a 30-day, goes into effect in 30 days, not
okay.
60. Just make sure I'm
'Cause
correct
I think
on
part
that.
of that is if we do an over-the-counter plan, if we have that conversation down the road, that would be, I mean, I built my home, I walk out and where did all that money go to these fees? And I get it because I impact the schools, even though kids don't go to school. They do, they homeschool, sorry. Thus, they don't go to school, right? Tracy.
I'll make sure, Anaya, that we include that.
Yes, I think
in our consideration
if we go
in our
down that
discussions.
path down the
Okay.
road, we need to make it all-inclusive, save as much money, really encourage it. But today, I would propose that we move forward with this and that we bring back the conversation of what our ADU, because these are, we can do stick-built right now and we can do modular homes, correct?
And prefab, yeah, so a
prefab.
modular and a factory
So to
built.
say that we can't, I mean, we can get going on this now. And so I think we should get going on it now and then have an intelligent conversation about what we want other units to look like. Because although we all up here know that there's a housing issue, we want to help people, we also don't want to be opening up, 1973 fifth wheels with shot out windows parking next to, we don't want to create a mess. We got to be thoughtful about what tiny homes are going to look like and how they're going to be zoned. And so I don't think that's.
And I will just to add that, it's very likely that as we move through the implementation of our 3 planning grants, that we, in developing housing plans and these types of things, or through that process, we could be looking at other types of housing. And so, in terms of staff direction, I'm really just trying to help understand where this falls. It's not that we're never going to do it, or that if it slapped me in the face that I wouldn't pick it up and run with it, but that it's just sort of helping to understand where the board wants our staff to go.
Supervisor Howe?
Did you also want us to, part of your instruction to us was talk about the ADU ordinance, and I'm fine with it the way it's written. But another part of it, you asked for our opinion on other types of housing, or what was that direction? What was that?
Thanks for asking the question, Supervisor Huff. So again, I'm just looking for some direction to staff on, as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, we have stick-built, we have manufactured homes, and we have prefab homes. And there are other types of housing that other counties have used to serve either as a primary dwelling unit or a secondary/accessory dwelling unit. And so, as I mentioned when I opened, that little research part right there and that time spent to develop an ordinance with county council, with the chief building official, and to see what that would look like, that's not currently on our work plan. We're happy to put it on there, but I just want to be really transparent about the ordinance code update that we're working on and how any expanding, as Supervisor Kirk said, to other types of maybe RVs or other types of tiny homes, where does that fit into your priorities so that then I can be adequately responsive?
Okay. So my comment would be that I would like to see eventually us developing some kind of regulations around tiny homes, and at the same time facilitating zoning for that so that we have a place to put them. So we do it all at the same time. I'm not saying we do that tomorrow, but I would really like to see tiny homes being explored, and for us to make decisions on that somewhere when it fits with your time schedule. Thank you.
And I'd just like to support Supervisor Haft's comments there. I think it's a viable area to look at, but I also understand Supervisor Kirk's concern. You don't want somebody wheeling in a piece of junk in neighborhoods either. But, I've got a close friend that, his son lived in a tiny home for a couple of years, and it was a wheeled unit that they brought in on a piece of property, and, it worked out fine. We could address that type of thing perhaps. You could set them like they do, like sometimes on mobile homes on a permanent foundation, but later on you can put the wheels back on and move it. Maybe put a skirting around it or something. There's a lot of ways we could go, but that's definitely a viable, potential way for housing. So.
Okay, I'm going to look and see if there's any public comments. No, I thought I saw somebody call in. Okay.
Supervisor Campbell, this is a public hearing, so.
So I'm going to open the public hearing. In the interest of exploring public comment on this issue. Better? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, so it sounds like we're pretty close on the adopting the ADU ordinance, so would we like to do a motion on that and then
Chairman Campbell.
follow into the discussion about additional housing types?
Got to get in there before the motion happens. So at the beginning, we said we were going to have any questions for staff. There were some other things that were not questions for staff, but discussions for the board. I think we had a couple of proposals that I would love to get my fellow board members' direction on.
So what I'm proposing is if there's a motion to adopt the ADU ordinance, that we do that first. Are you talking in reference to the ADU ordinance
Yes.
and not the additional housing types?
No, this would be directly relevant to the ADU ordinance.
Okay. Go for it.
All right. There was, as we discussed, about the pre-approved vendor list. I really liked the presentation of the 3 or 4 models that are kind of blueprints that can be ready-made, if not applicable to everyone, can oftentimes maybe work for some properties. I would like to see something written in here that would be perennial, wouldn't have to be updated. The staff could keep a list of those vendors, but something that says that that list will exist and it will be publicized. I think that can reduce some of the cost. I think Supervisor Goldenberg spoke in support generally of the idea, and I don't think we have the language perfect on that, but somehow codifying that. And I'd love to hear the rest of the board and see if that's agreed.
So could we follow up with that? Does that need to be in the ADU ordinance now, or can that be part of the discussion into housing types? What would your recommendation be?
I think Supervisor Campbell, it could be either way. I mean, that could be something that the board directs CDD to work on. If the board did vote to include that in this ordinance, that would be a substantive change that would have to go back to the planning commission before it could be adopted.
Okay, so we would essentially send it back to you and back to the planning commission for them to suss out the feasibility of that.
I'm supposing that Supervisor Brandon's recommendation is a sentence that says staff shall have a list of approved vendors. Of course, then that would require an entire RFP process because we can't just, we can't bring in people to, I'm going to get there. Just give me a second. We can't just bring people in that the public hires at the county's recommendation without that. Maybe another way to take this would be to do something to direct staff to do something with which we already have, and it would be an expansion of a non-exclusive consultants list. This is a list that we have that we hand out to our developers or our property owners when they need to hire a biologist, a cultural resource specialist, something of this nature. It's not they don't go through an RFP process to be on that list. It's an informal service that, it's a non-mandated service that we provide to the public. These are individuals who've sent us a scope of work. We're not recommending that you do that. It's just it's like a yellow pages. And so maybe that is a way that we can accomplish Supervisor Brandon's desire to, and others, to have a place, some information for the public to have, but yet it's not necessarily codified in ordinance code and or goes through an RFP process to handle. So that could be something that would be very quick and easy for our staff to put together for the public.
So we could still proceed with the ADU ordinance and then provide you with direction to work on finding the 3 or 4 basic designs that other vendors would have access to those designs and be able to build. That could be.
Yeah, and I think that's perfectly in line with the grant funds that our staff has already received. That doesn't yang to our yang at all.
Okay, Supervisor Goldmark.
Oh, I was just recalling back with Supervisor Kirk, with your communications with the supervisors in Santa Cruz County, maybe we could, I don't know how much information you got from them, but maybe we could reach out. It's another county has something going already and a success story that we can we can borrow and use ourselves, that would be a good way to go.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're looking for is if we were to do that right now, it'd send everything back. Things would get stalled. So if we move the ADU thing forward, but where we need to decide as a board is when we look at your job, Quincy, and we say there's code updates, wireless ordinances, permit process, housing grants, open gov, we're trying to figure out where in that list of things this is a priority, right?
And I'm hearing two things, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, as I'm hearing, one is there's a housing type direction, which is what I'm seeking today, but also addressing Supervisor Brandon's desire to have a more formal, organized accountability. I'm reaching here, tell me if I'm not hitting.
An ADU fast track,
An
faster
ADU
and
fast
cheaper
track.
than normal permitting
And so,
process.
and my response to that is that I've provided a potential step where we don't need to do an ordinance code change, and there's also things that would follow that are already in the grant applications that have been approved by the state, so it's not out of left field for us to fulfill that, that wish.
I would recommend that we move forward with the ADU if you can get something like that to help that need, but I think somewhere in this list of things that your department does, I think it would be appropriate, and we just need to figure out when to bring this back and say, do we want to do the Santa Cruz model, where instead of having these lists of providers, we get 3 or 4 plans that Brian Bell's approved, that's been stamped, and say, hey, if you go with these, we waive all the permits, we waive all the fees. If you don't, you're on your own. But I think just I've worked with designers and engineers before. I think it might just be a pain if we don't stamp something with grant money or something. Or we don't just, I think this conversation should be more in depth later.
Yeah.
So
I kind of see where you're coming from with that, because where I'm kind of coming from is that the ADU ordinance as it is has gone through a pretty rigorous process, public process, where there's been a lot of input and a lot of back and forth to get us to this point. And so I'm a little hesitant about making any major additions to it. Not saying that it's not appropriate or that it's not, a good idea. It's just, we have to kind of start somewhere, and I think we have a good starting point with the ADU ordinance as it is. And it doesn't preclude us from having conversations about, because, if we do look into a plan of having a set series of designs, we don't know necessarily if that will streamline the process or if there's some issues that could arise with that policy that we just haven't thought of yet because we haven't had the time to really vet it. Whereas the other elements of the ADU we have. I don't know, that's...
And the other way I look at it is 30 days from when we adopt this, people can start building ADUs. And I don't want to hold, it's springtime coming, it's summer, and if somebody wants to get going on this, I'd rather let them get going and then we can develop. I mean, we're talking about forever here, so I want to get it right. If we're going to have a streamlined process and I definitely want an over-the-counter, process like you said. I don't want to hold up this for the sake of that. So, if somebody wants to.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I'm not familiar with putting in processes into a ordinance code.
Yeah.
Processes belong somewhere else other than the ordinance code. That's my experience. So I would like to recommend that we not only approve this resolution as it's written, but give staff direction to create a process for the streamlining. However, we can give input on that too, but that can be done separately, but we're giving them direction to also provide that for our citizenry.
So I'd move on that, and I'd say let the professionals, Brian and Quincy, you guys get together and what you guys come up with some recommendations you think would be best. Would it be other providers, or would it be you guys stamping, something? I mean, let you guys have that conversation and present something to the board, because that's your field right there.
Okay, it sounded like you were close to a motion, but I know Supervisor Brandon did have one more comment.
And I recognize it doesn't seem like we want to move forward with that at this point, which is totally okay. I look forward to it in the future. There was one more, and this is, I think, going to be a relatively quick one. It's specific to the Airbnb. And people might think, well, what? That's the housing guy. Why does he want to have a Airbnb? I wanted to look at that rule because to me the main goal is building these buildings in the county. And people build them because they're improvements to property. They increase your property value and potentially can provide income. And as people shift properties or change what they're doing in their life, very quickly I think a rental unit to Airbnb for a couple years can become housing. I think if we remove that limitation, it not only means potentially more revenue for the county through TOT, but I also think it would actually increase the housing supply, especially over the long term, by making them a stronger incentive to build these on the property. Kind of like if we built a single family home and said only families can live in them, as opposed to a bunch of people going and living in it too. It's just a different use of the building. At the end of the day, the less restrictive we are on the permissive uses, the more likely someone is to actually build one of these. And who knows where it'll be in 5 years.
Yeah.
Is that true? I thought that was
So the state law says for certain types of ADUs that you must rent them for 30 days or longer. Other types of ADUs that are, quote, subject to development standards, setbacks, parking, height, other types of on-the-ground standards may be rented longer than 30 days. So it's the local jurisdiction may rent them, they may rent them for less than 30 days, or they may not. And as I said, our ordinance is treating all ADUs as the same in an effort to capture the spirit of the state law, which is to provide housing. But that is something that we are here to hear your feedback and discussion on.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying, but the intent here is to increase affordable housing in the county. And if we go down that road, we've already got a lot of vacation rentals, and that's not going to do the people that really need the housing much good. And I understand you could get there, you could build them, but it's, we're trying to open this up to make it more affordable. And I think we need to leave the ADU's 30-day, minimum in place.
And Supervisor Goldenberg, I should also add that the state law is in effect currently from 2020 to 2025. The law is set to sunset in 2025. There's nothing that says at that time that your board couldn't revisit the ADU ordinance at that time, and we would need to revise it again in response to either additional state law or revocation of state law as it sunsets. So, as you all know, these things are rapidly changing, and we're trying to be responsive to the goal of the state law.
And so there's no options under 30 days for the rental Airbnb style. That's something that is codified by the state.
Yes,
Sounds
it's
like, okay.
codified in two different ways. Some ADUs must be 30 days, some ADUs may be 30 days. It's very clear, of course. And
Right.
so, that's, but again, as we're bringing it to you in an effort to make it clear to our constituents and in order to be, again, embracing the spirit of the law, we're treating all ADUs the same.
And the Board of Forestry might undermine all
And
this here
again,
pretty
yes.
soon, which we're about to talk about. So I would, just like in the sake of time, I would recommend that we move forward on adopting the ordinance, the accessory dwelling ordinance, and then as far as staff direction, I think you got staff direction from all of our comments.
I'm sorry, I mentally
Clear as
checked
mud.
out for a second. What did you say, Supervisor Carter?
I recommended the ADU, and I made the motion, and I'm clarifying that you have direction from staff.
Okay,
Second.
and does your
For
motion
process.
include the errata changes that sheet?
Yeah,
that I
and sorry, I
handed
feel like a dummy, because when I was talking to you about the 16 feet thing, the change was right here in front
out?
of
Okay,
me.
that's, thank you, you're not,
Sorry about that.
thank you.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk with the errata changes, and then I thought I heard, okay, Supervisor Brandon seconds. Call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Space out.
And then, so you're good?
Yeah, I heard, I'll restate just to make sure that I'm being clear. Sorry, I just had a mental moment. That I heard that there is interest in the county in identifying other types of housing that could be used as primary or accessory / ADU dwelling units, but that is not something that our staff should embark on tomorrow. We can put it in our sort of work plan as we're implementing these other planning grants, and that we're being respectful of the current workload, that the ordinance code updates that we're doing in the schedules that we've set in the past.
And that we should look into a potentially over-the-counter process. to
Over-the-counter
streamline.
process, I heard a
I think
vendor
that's the most important part.
vendor list and pre-approved plans.
Yes, that first, the other second.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right.
I was listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Quincy. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:52. All right, welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. When we left, we were on we were on our 2 o'clock appointment. And so we have our illustrious agricultural commissioner here today to talk about industrial hemp.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I think first I have to let CC read the
sorry.
agenda item. Is that right?
So, 2 o'clock, public hearing to consider adopting ordinance 3389, amending Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to expressly prohibit within the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County industrial hemp cultivation and hemp cultivation by established agricultural research, industrial hemp cultivation, and hemp cultivation by established agricultural research institutes. Direction to staff regarding industrial hemp work plan.
Okay, take it away.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Campbell, members of the board. My name is Kelly Schroeder. I am the Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner, and today I'm here to discuss a proposed ban on industrial hemp cultivation in Tuolumne County. On March 8th, 2021, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Marketing Service announced that the final rule establishing the U.S. Domestic Hemp Production Program, published on January 19th, 2021, was cleared under the new administration of Secretary Tom Vilsack. The final rule will become effective on March 22nd, 2021. Departments in development of, so we're also here to discuss development of zoning regulations and the time frame for that. So departments that will be involved in the development of an ordinance are the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, County Council, Community Development Department, the Sheriff's Office, and the County Administrator's staff. As discussed with the board at the February 16th, 2021 board meeting, it is vital that we develop a fee ordinance to offset the costs to the county for this program. Staff will be developing a fee ordinance concurrently with zoning regulations. The addition of a fee ordinance requires a first and second reading at a regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting before adoption by the board. So we've developed a timeline. That was the direction the board had given me before, was to come back with the ordinance to ban industrial hemp, but also to develop a comprehensive a timeline to develop comprehensive ordinance. So the multiple departments that will be involved in the development of new zoning regulations for the cultivation of industrial hemp and a fee ordinance are proposed in this time frame. I would like to emphasize that this is just a recommended timeline that is subject to change based on further direction from the board and any unforeseen circumstances. It is important that we provide county staff time to learn the state and federal regulations. Once that is accomplished, it will be important to hold at least one, if not two, town hall meetings. These meetings are viewed as critical to the process. The public has a right to be included in the development of an ordinance for industrial hemp. Once we gather and analyze the comments from the public, we can then present these to the board for your review and comments. We anticipate that as we work through multiple drafts of the new zoning regulations, that we will need to come before your board multiple times for direction. Concurrently, staff will be developing a fee ordinance. As many staff members are working on multiple other priority projects and mandated programs, we anticipate that these processes may take some time. We hope to go before the Planning Commission sometime either in November or December with proposed zoning regulations for the cultivation of industrial hemp. After we obtain a recommendation from the Planning Commission, we will then bring to your board the proposed zoning regulations for the cultivation of industrial hemp. So at this time, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance banning hemp cultivation and provide direction to staff regarding the proposed timeline for regulation development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon?
Great. And can we pull up the slideshow again, if that's okay?
Which-
Perfect. So looking at the calendar, one of the things in our discussion, I think in the previous meeting, talking about this was the length of time it's going to take. If I'm adding this up correctly, this looks like 8 months of kind of a work process plus then 2 months to be able to go to the meeting. So a 10-month total time, right?
Yes.
I think a few of these things potentially could be shortened. That'd be important to me is that we're not pushing this off almost an entire year. I do recognize, I think, the 4 months to be able to draft it, and I think that is a reasonable time frame. But I feel that the first section for state and federal regulations, and then potentially even having the town halls, which are oftentimes not just as specific, it's soliciting feedback, could be potentially condensed, as well as if we plan for it, the Planning Commission and public hearing before the board, not necessarily needing to each take 1 month. That would shave a substantial amount of time off of this while still allowing the 4 months for staff to be able to carry out the work. Anyway, that was my only comment on that. I'd love your feedback on what would be doable for that. I guess my proposal or thought on that would be reviewing the state and federal regulations in 1 month while hosting town halls to also get public feedback on that, since it can be relatively easy on, I think, Zoom right now, as this whole process will be learning about the state and federal regulations in the 4 months of drafting, and then having for the last 2 months, if there's a way to move those to be significantly earlier.
Okay, it's not just my schedule that we'll have to take in consideration to review the regulations. It'll be Cody's time, Quincy's staff time. So I can't speak for them. The federal regulations are there, but again, the state ones are also in flux. So they are working on those as well. So that gives us a little bit of time to have hopefully some of those in place as well before we get into public comments.
Okay. I guess in closing on that, if we can take 3 months off of this, I would support this, even though I am dead set against putting up a moratorium. Otherwise, it would be, I think, too long for me.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Similar concerns. The timeline has shrunk considerably from the one you presented last time, so thank you. I do appreciate that. I too would like to see this moved along. I don't know about 3 months, but I think there might be room in there to shave a couple of months off of it anyways. And I think we need to move forward on it and not stretch it out any more than necessary. Thanks.
We'll have Supervisor Kirk go first.
So it looks like you guys are concerned about the time frame. It looks like the biggest time frame is the 4 months, which is where you meet with the board, develop the ordinance, which we're saying 4 months. It might be shorter, maybe. I think some of the other things are pretty reasonable because, like you said, we're still waiting for the state. So I get the 2 months, and then I think a town hall a month. So I have no problem with the time schedule, other than I understand that once we get to where the board's involved and the ordinance is drawn, I would just say, if you can find capacity and get it done before 4 months, then I would be fine with that. But I don't necessarily want to. I think the fact that we have unknowns with the state is going to influence maybe some of the ordinance. So I don't want to say it has to be 3 months, but I would just encourage, you to move as you can with the partners in getting it done within, that 4 month time frame. If you could shore that up a little bit, fine. And then I do have a question now. Have you had anybody apply or be interested in hemp in our county?
No,
Okay, so
not currently.
I would take that into account too, as far as trying to rush something that if there's nobody in line, not that that's a reason not to do things efficiently, but I feel confident that you guys we'll get it done if you need to prior, and if not, we'll need the full time. So I'll leave it at that.
I think the piece that's missing here is that we're talking about when anytime a staff comes up with a time frame, they're also addressing capacity issues. Excuse me. And when we're talking about more than just the ag department and more than just the ag commissioner being involved here, it could take actually longer than this. I'm surprised that you have come up with this kind of a schedule. I just want to be sensitive. I want all of us to be sensitive to our staff because we have limited resources here. The staff has been cut over the years, and we don't want to wear them out. So if this is what they're recommending they can do, I'm sure if they can make it in less time than this, they will. And I would like to suggest that they do so, but I also want to be sensitive to capacity. And that's my comment.
Well, I got comments along a similar line, but I think I'll save them, and I'll go ahead and open the public hearing first to see, do we have any folks calling in with comments on this? Okay, we have a head shake here, so if you could please put through the first caller. Okay, so did we lose the fellow that called in? I don't know who was calling in, but if he wants to try calling in again, while we're having additional discussion, he's welcome to do that. So I guess what I'll say, I pretty much agree with everyone. I guess I've kind of come to see the constraints that will be on your office. Obviously, I've as I said at the last meeting, I'm more in favor of sooner rather than later. But Supervisor Kirk, I think, identified a big portion of that is the Board of Supervisors. How long are we going to take giving you direction? And so if you're telling me that it's going to take 10 months, unless the board, goes quicker, then that tells me that there is an opportunity to make things go more quickly, and it's with us. Because like Supervisor Kirk said, I don't see a lot of wiggle room with these other elements. In fact, I think arranging and conducting town hall meetings, are pretty difficult sometimes, especially with things that could potentially be controversial, and it may even end up taking more time than that. So, if this is what staff is saying, the time that you are estimating that you need, I think you are a good judge of that, and I trust that assessment. And so, I'm inclined to kind of accept it as it is, with the idea that if we can make things go quicker, we should. I mean, if that makes sense. Now, we still have the public hearing open, so has the person called back? Okay, is he ready to go? Hello, you're on with the Board of Supervisors?
Yes, thank
Hi.
you for taking my call.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much for calling.
Okay, well, at this point, it's just it's a request for clarification. The agenda item announced a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance to expressly prohibit cultivation, or industrial cultivation and research. Is this not that vote? This is instead just a step in the process toward developing and adopting regulation of that, or is this about, has it already been decided by the planning department that the county wants to pursue prohibiting that cultivation? That's my question.
Okay. I'm going to look to to our agricultural commissioner. Can you provide some clarity on that question?
So I came before the board today with a proposal for an ordinance to ban industrial hemp within Tuolumne County, but at our last meeting, they had asked me to also come back before them with a proposal of a timeline to develop an ordinance to allow cultivation of industrial hemp. So I have provided them with the paperwork, and it's been publicly on the agenda, the ordinance to ban it, along with my timeline to develop an ordinance to allow cultivation.
Okay, so the county is at this point exploring both options, both prohibition and regulation?
At this point, what we're proposing is an ordinance that would ban cultivation of hemp in every zone in Tuolumne County, but also with a work plan to eventually come up with local regulations that may allow hemp cultivation. So on the agenda today is passing an ordinance that would ban hemp cultivation until that ordinance is changed at some future date. And this,
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just if there's any, if this is a polling of county citizens, then I would like to say that I'm in favor of regulated industrial and research cultivation of industrial hemp. I just think that the county would benefit from more agricultural production. But yes, I can understand the need for regulation. So I'm glad to see that, and thank you for the clarification. That's it for my comment.
Thank you very much, sir. And we can, just to back up a little bit in the process that brought us here today, we are essentially looking at a deadline of April 1st or 30th. I can't remember if it's the beginning or the end.
April 1st is when our current moratorium expires.
So on April 1st, the moratorium that exists for industrial or hemp cultivation expires. And so at that point, if we don't have an ordinance in place, it becomes, it falls to the state guidelines.
Yes.
That govern hemp cultivation in our county. And what the steps that we're taking now are to ban it ostensibly for a temporary period of time to give us the space to develop our own local ordinance that meets our own needs, with the end result being that we will have an ordinance that will allow people to cultivate hemp. So if that clarifies, kind of the steps that have brought us to where we're meeting today, I hope that covers it. And let me know if I'm leaving anything out.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know if you can still hear me, but thank you.
I can still hear you. Thank you very much. Has anyone else called in with a comment? Okay, we don't have anyone else. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. Do we have any other discussion, or would we like to move on this recommendation or something else?
I'd make a motion that we move on staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have 4 in favor and 1 opposed. And I was told I need to say the names of everyone and how we voted. Is that correct?
Just need to say who opposed.
Oh, okay. So I believe Supervisor Brandon voted in opposition. Any abstentions? Okay. So motion passes 4-1 with 1 opposed. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll change gears here. I think we were on item 16. If you would care to read that one again, Clerk, I would be very grateful.
Of course. 16, consideration and approval of change order number 9 for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Dambacker Detention Center.
Good afternoon.
Yes, it's on. Today before you is consideration of change order number 9 for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Dambacker Detention Facility. As your board is aware, on January 2018, the county received grant funds from the state of California in the form of AB 900 and SB 1022 for the construction of this facility. On January 23rd, 2018, a construction contract was awarded to Harris Construction in the amount of $39,157,000. To date, we have had 8 change orders in relation to this project. Before you today for your consideration is change order number 9. This change order basically wraps up the project and includes 42 additional construction changes for a total of $230,079. The items in your change order number 9 came about for a variety of reasons. Field conditions, changes that the State Fire Marshal's Office had, clarifications to the plans, ADA code issues that we had to make changes to, or owner changes, things that we wanted that we didn't have in the plans, but we needed very much so to have because of operational issues. The change order before you will be funded through the project's contingency contained in the capital budget. This will have no impact to the general fund. The revised contract for Harris will now be $40,272,119.08. If approved, if change order number 9 is approved, a total of $1,115,199, or basically 96% of your contingency for construction will be spent. This will leave us about $78,000 remaining in your contingency budget. The project was substantially completed as of September 22nd, 2020, and currently staff is working with the construction company on all the warranty items. So there is, just so your board is aware, as I've described before, there is one claim that Harris Construction has submitted to the county. And Chris Schmidt from the County Counsel's Office and I are working with the architects, the construction manager, and Harris in regards to that item, and we will be bringing that back before your board for consideration at a future date. So today, I'm here to answer any questions you have in regards to change order number 9 in the amount of $230,079.
Questions from the board? Okay, no questions. I guess mine would be, so you said there's another potential change order coming?
There will be no other change orders. This is the
Okay.
last change order. What I was referring to in my memo is I wanted the board to make sure that you were aware, as we talked about before, there is a claim that's submitted.
Right.
And those are items that the county and the construction company do not agree on. We do not agree either on price, on the days that they want for the item, and those are the things that we're working on.
What I was getting at is if there's less than $80,000 left in contingencies, are there any loose ends out there that could, that would need to draw from that?
It really will depend. So not only do you have what's in the construction contingency, we also have money left over. We're still trying to analyze it, but we think we have some money left over in the FF&Es, furniture, fixtures, and equipment line item. And it's not a whole lot. It's roughly $72,620. So it will depend on whether or not what we can settle with and what we can agree to with the contractor. where we'll be. If we're gonna be over, it's not gonna be much.
Okay.
In regards to that.
Looking to see if there's any public comment. No, head shake, okay. Any other questions from the board? Otherwise, I'll look and see if there's a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve change order number 9 for the Sheriff Jack Danbacker Detention Center.
I'll second.
You have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And I think you're here for the next one.
I am.
Okay.
So
I'll see if the clerk will read that item for us.
Consideration of filing a notice of completion for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Danbacker Detention Center.
All right.
Okay, so this is a companion item to the item you just heard a minute ago. It is a formality in which we're required to do, and it's filing the notice of completion for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Danbacker Detention Center. So as we just discussed, the county entered a contract with Harris Construction back in January 2018. And at that time, the original contract amount was $39,157. With the approval of change order number 9, the total amount of the contract will be $40,272,119.08. As I noted before, the substantial completion was issued in September 22nd, and we moved into the facility January 16th, 2021. Staff will, as we've mentioned, if you approve this notice of completion, it will be filed, it will start the process in regards to closing out the project. It doesn't mean that we're still not working on warranty items with the contractor, but it will start the clock ticking in regards to getting everything settled with the contractor and with their subcontractors for this project. And eventually, after all the releases have been obtained by the county, then that retention will be released, and we'll be able to close out the project and submit our final reimbursement bills to the state of California. So today, before you for consideration, is recommended that your board approve the attached notice of completion for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Danbacker Detention Facility and authorize the county administrator to sign.
Questions from the board? All right, I have no questions. I'll look for, is there any public comment? Okay, no public comment. Is there a motion?
Well, wrapping this thing up, it sounds like, huh?
Yes, only to start
Okay.
another one.
Now you can retire, Pulley, right?
Yeah.
No, gotta get up and running. Cool. Well, sorry, did you have? Oh, okay. So I will move on staff recommendation to approve the attached notice of completion for the Sheriff J.H. Jack Danbacker Detention Facility and authorize the county administrator to sign.
And I'll go ahead and second that. All right, so motion.
Congratulations, Mo. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is this the champagne popping?
After
Or does that come later?
After we settle the claim, I'll be happy to bring the champagne.
So once the lawyers are done with us, then, okay.
Yeah, no, we're, you have a really good, both, department and representative in Chris Schmidt and I working on this, and so we feel very, good in our chances of really bringing this in, and, I will be very pleased if we can stay within the 5% contingency on a $40 million project. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that.
Yeah, and really you should be, it's an extraordinary achievement and a huge project for our county.
Yep.
And a lot of time, a lot of effort over a lot of years to get here, so. So we have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by myself, Supervisor Campbell. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on item 18.
Consideration of approving a letter in support of the Stanislaus National Forest request for an emergency situation determination for the social and ecological resiliency across the landscape serial project.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chair Campbell, members of the board, Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I am here today to discuss the Serral project, or the Social and Ecological Resiliency Across the Landscape project that is proposed in cooperation and coordination with the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative. So the Serral project is being implemented by the Stanislaus National Forest. It contains the environmental analysis for the use of prescribed fire, hand thinning, mastication, mechanical thinning, non-native invasive weed control, and some salvage operations across 117,000 acres in the kind of spread in the Miwok and Summit Ranger districts of the Stanislaus National Forest and a little bit in the Calaveras Ranger District. The purpose of the project is to conduct vegetation management in strategic locations all throughout that area. There is a map in your packet to kind of see that larger landscape. I have been before your board to discuss this project in the past. This really has been a true collaborative effort between the forest and Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions in order to make a meaningful difference in achieving resilience within this important landscape. As you can see in the map, but for those who aren't looking at the map, it is strategically located around a large portion of our communities here. So it's really about treating the landscape to protect our communities. This project has been in development for quite a while, I just want to point out that to have environmental planning complete on this large of a landscape here in Tuolumne County will be the first effort of this magnitude, working toward the scale portion of increasing pace and scale of forest treatment activities, which we often talk about. So, because this project is such a high priority for treatment, due to its proximity to communities and the high likelihood of catastrophic fire in the area, I just want to mention this area hasn't burned in over 100 years, so there's quite a lot of fuel buildup. The Stanislaus National Forest Supervisor, Jason Kiken, is seeking an emergency situation determination, or an ESD, for the highest priority 6,500 acres of this project. ESDs are typically only approved during or after a declared emergency. However, due to the severity of the conditions and imminent threat of severe and catastrophic fire in this area, Supervisor Kiken is preemptively requesting an ESD from the Chief of the U.S. Forest Service. I did include a little sheet about what an ESD is. This is, again, a federal process, but it's only the Chief or Associate Chief of the Forest Service who can approve an ESD. If the ESD is approved, it would make implementing fire management features, that's what they're calling them in the forest, but really we know them more as fuel breaks, on this portion of the Serral project exempt from the objection filing and reviewing requirements that are standard in the National Environmental Protection Act, or NEPA. And I should say, I apologize for not clarifying in the staff memo, NEPA is the federal version of CEQA that we're familiar with. So CEQA is the state requirement for environmental analysis of how a project might impact the landscape. NEPA is the federal version of that when working on federal land. If the ESD were approved, fuel reduction treatment on the fire management features along roads and ridge tops could start as early as September of this year. We at the county will be implementing much of this work through the Master Stewardship Agreement on behalf of YSS, using state and federal funding that already has been awarded to the county. You may recall that the federal government has given the county over $10 million to implement this work. And I got a call last week that CAL FIRE, as a part of the California Climate Investment Program, last year, as you may recall, we didn't have a lot of people on the roads, so we didn't get a lot in the, the cap and trade funding the California Climate Investment Grant Program. That's where that funding comes from. But the governor is proposing for this fiscal year to add more funding to that $70 million, and so CAL FIRE was looking for direct places where they could directly award non-competitively funding. So we will be getting another $5 million, the county. And the large majority of that will be going, we of course work with YSS to collaboratively decide where we want that money to go, and the large majority of that will be going to implement this Cerro project. So we already have contractors in place to do some of the survey work, some of the botany work, the cultural resource surveys, and then all of that will be done by August. So if the chief signs the emergency situational determination, we will be ready to go so that we can hire a contractor to implement the fuels reduction piece in September or October. So we're recommending that your board send a letter to Chief Vicki Christensen of the U.S. Forest Service requesting she approve the ESD that Supervisor Kuiken is requesting. And just process-wise, he works with the regional forester at the regional office in Vallejo, and then they collaboratively go to the chief at the forest in Washington, D.C. to make the formal recommendation. That's all I got.
Thank you very much for your hard work on this, and yeah, it's amazing. Supervisor Goldenberg, I know you have
Yes.
comments.
So I met with Jason Kuiken yesterday. We spent approximately 2 hours together, and we discussed the Cerro project at length. There's majority, almost all of this project is really on federal lands, but what they're doing is protecting a whole bunch of property that's within our county. Everything from Cedar Ridge going up the 108 corridor, Twain Hart, Miwok Sugar Pine, and further up from there. So it's just an excellent project that's going on. It's got things that have never been done before. Their approach, how they're working on it's very unique. And we could see some long-term benefits out of this that are just incredible for the county of protecting, folks. So, yeah, this letter, there's no guarantees. Obviously, he's submitting it to the Washington office, but he is hopeful that he'll get a favorable response, and so I'm in full support of doing this.
Okay. Start with Supervisor Half.
Well, I'll be brief. Liz, I have one word for you. Woohoo!
Isn't that 2 words? Is it woo-hoo or woo-hoo? Okay.
I'll be brief, but not that brief. So first of all, a lot of this Cerro project, like Supervisor Goldenberg said, it goes in actually both of our districts quite a bit, but protects a lot of the 108 corridor. So I'm super stoked about it. Awesome that we're getting $5 more million, but I don't know if Jason's listening right now. Maybe he's not. Jason, if you're listening, Kuiken, thank you, because when I read this, most of these ESDs, they happen during or after an emergency. What I love what Jason's doing is he's trying to get ahead of the problem. And when I heard that NEPA is going to be involved or is going to be waived on this, first thing that goes off is what about some of the groups, But YSS, Master Stewardship Agreement, all those people, I'm assuming, are supportive of it. So that's just it's another example of how we're moving this fire discussion along. So yes, hopefully it works, but we won't know unless we try. And so thank you, Jason Kuiken, if you're listening, for jumping ahead of this and being proactive. Just really appreciate it.
Supervisor Brennan.
In the same line, Liz, Jason, keep it up. Anything to support YSS Master Stewardship Agreement in, I think, reducing fuels is fantastic. And I think for those who might be watching this and are not familiar, YSS is not just a group only trying, a logging interest in that. It includes these environmental groups, the local chapters. It does include staff from various bodies. And we find, from the few that I've attended, an amazing amount of common ground because everybody wants to protect our forests. That does mean reducing fuels and doing so in a way that means we avoid a catastrophic wildfire. So anything to support that is fantastic, and anything to, as you said, pace and scale and expand that. So great work.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly with Supervisor Half's eloquent comments. I might add like some expletives in there, so I'll just let her comment stand. If you're listening to this and you live in the communities, Cedar Ridge, Twain Harte, Miwok Village, Sierra Village, Long Barn, all the way up to Strawberry, you need to know about this. This is has so much potential to be beneficial for particularly those communities, but really the whole county if we're talking about a large-scale fire, which, let me tell you, back in the days before COVID-19, when I used to have fun and do things for fun, I have been fishing in this area and hiking and backpacking right in the center of where this project is located. And this is back in the years before. I've since learned a great deal more about forest management and fire fuels. But even at that time, before I had that knowledge, I looked around and I thought, man, this place is a tinderbox. And we're talking, 8 to 10 years ago. And it's only gotten worse since then. And it's gotten to the point where there will be no more small fires in a zone like this. Any fire that takes place in this region has the potential to be a catastrophic fire. So it's a really serious issue facing those communities. It's something we need to move on now. And I cannot say enough about Supervisor Kuiken and the U.S. Forest Service. We have a relationship with our federal partners like I don't think this county has ever had. And I also have to thank you, Liz, and the rest of the staff of the administrator's office in fostering those relationships and getting these things done and building these partnerships. YSS, I think, is the central part of that, is that it does, like Supervisor Brandon said, it brings in all of these diverse interests that we all have the same goal, which is that we don't want to see a catastrophic fire in Tuolumne County, and there are different ways to go about that. And so we have to have a central group that works through all those issues and comes up with a plan that works for everybody, and YSS has done that. So I really can't say enough about the work that's gone into this, and really congratulations, and I hope this works the way we're hoping it will, and with the support of Supervisor Kuiken, I think we have a good shot. I guess you're looking for a motion, huh?
Yeah, actually, before you, whoever, Supervisor, you mentioned this project that you think the community should know more about it, and I just wanted to do a quick plug. We are already beginning to do the kind of pre-implementation work on the Cedar Ridge project, which has been identified as the highest priority area in the Cerro area. So we're already going. We have people out there doing surveys as we speak. We are going to do a town hall for the community members who live in the Cedar Ridge on the private land side. Now, we're working on the federal public land side, but there's kind of a lot of weaving in and out of federal or public and private lands up there. So we sent letters to all of the property owners just to let them know that this project is going to be happening. And we're going to be doing a town hall meeting, a virtual town hall meeting on March 31st from 6 to 7 for anyone who is either a resident in the Cedar Ridge area or somebody maybe who's just interested in what's going on. So we will have more information on our website and our social media about how to participate in that. But just wanted to let you all know that, and the public as well.
Looking to see if there's any public comment. Okay, no public comment. I'm going to go ahead and make the motion if that's okay. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve a letter of support for emergency situation determination request for the serial project.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And I think you're up for the next, your batter up again, correct? Okay, so I think we're on that was item 18, so we're on item 19.
Consideration of approving a letter to the California Board of Forestry opposing the proposed fire safety regulations revisions and requesting they delay adoption of final regulations to allow for further input and authorizing the board chair to speak on behalf of the Board of Supervisors during public comment period at the Board of Forestry meeting on March 22nd.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So I am here presenting this item, but I just want you all to know that the staff here are the ones who are really kind of doing a lot of the analysis as far as the impacts for this item. So the Board of Forestry, state fire safe regulations set forth basic wildfire protection standards for development in lands designated as state responsibility area, or what we refer to as SRA. And beginning July 1st, 2021, the very high fire hazard severity zones of the local responsibility area, or the LRA. So as authorized by the Public Resources Code, the regulations include minimum standards for private water supply, road access, signage, and fuel breaks. SB 901 expanded the scope of these regulations to include the LRA beyond just the SRA, and then required the Board of Forestry to include provisions that preserved undeveloped ridgelines to reduce fire risk and improve fire protection. So in August of this last year, the Board of Forestry began public discussions on a comprehensive proposal to update the fire safe standards of these regulations. After numerous Board of Forestry hosted webinars to receive board member and public feedback on staff proposed concepts, an initial draft of regulatory changes was released December 1st, so only a couple months ago, 2020. This draft made expansive changes to the regulations that exist currently, most notably requiring upgraded road access when there is any modification to a parcel, driveway, road, or structure that increases the number of residential units, commercial service capacity, or number of people on the premises of an industrial site. So more information about what those regulations proposed. So following the public and board member feedback, the Board of Forestry staff then released a revised draft on February 8th, 2021, which attempted to address some of the core issues that were brought up, such as upgraded road standards for off-site roads, those beyond the existing parcel itself. Let's see here. So RCRC kind of put together a county coalition, and RCRC and CSEC actually sent like a joint county coalition letter to the Board of Forestry opposing a lot of the regulations that they were proposing. At the March 2nd Resource Protection Committee meeting, the Board of Forestry staff announced that it would be making changes to the current draft proposal, specifically to address concerns expressed by RCRC and others regarding the inability of wildfire survivors to rebuild destroyed homes on parcels located on substandard roads. Also, the Board of Forestry staff indicated it would be crafting final trigger language that would outline when existing off-site roads must be upgraded as a requirement of development. So RCRC had some other recommendations in there as well. Here's the concern about these Board of Forestry regulations at this point. The draft amendments to these regulations cause a direct conflict with two of your board's goals: fire safety and affordable housing / economic development. The Board of Forestry has scheduled a special meeting on Monday, March 22nd to discuss and then possibly approve the existing fire safe regulations proposal. And I would just like to point out that actually the Board of Forestry sent their most updated regulations this morning. So that the regulations that they posted this morning, they're planning to possibly approve on March 22nd. On the 22nd, the board will be taking public comment as well, but it's unclear what changes will be made to the prior draft. And again, since they were just released this morning, I've been reading through them, and I know that staff here as well have been reading through them. Really, the issue is to see what impact will these have on our ability to development existing parcels or subdivisions or other areas. So county staff have already begun analyzing the proposed regulations, but the Board of Forestry appears to be moving at a rapid pace to adopt these revised regulations. RCRC reached out to us and believes it's imperative that the Board of Forestry members hear from rural counties on the severe consequences of such changes, and that action of the proposal should be delayed in order to collaborate with local governments before submitting the proposal to the Office of Administrative Law. So attached, there is a draft letter for your board's approval, and it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the attached letter to the California Board of Forestry opposing the proposed fire safety regulation revisions requesting they delay adoption of final regulations to allow further input. It is further recommended that your board authorize the board chair to speak on behalf of the Board of Supervisors during the public comment period at that special meeting on March 22nd.
Okay, any questions for Liz or specific issues you'd like to have raised with the Board of Forestry that we can convey?
I have a quick question, and that
Yeah,
is,
Supervisor Kirk.
Quincy, are you aware of everything going on with the Board of Forestry? Well, like, do you guys have an organization that's, because I know this is the board signing up, but you're going to know how this really affects everything.
Yes, we've been working with the CAO's office. Dave Ruby from Public Works has done an extensive review already. Just while I'm sitting here, I've gotten emails from other planning directors who have also done reviews. So even from the review that Dave did 2 days ago, it's different as of now. It's this morning. And yes, there's, while fire safety is paramount, and we always consider that when we're looking at development, these regulations should be considered very carefully by your board.
I was on one of those meetings several months ago. And I think I forwarded some stuff to you
did.
or somebody. And I mean, it's insane, some of these ideas that are coming forth. And we're all about fire safety and economic, but I'm also about realistic solutions. I feel like so many of these things that they're proposing, it just are not thought out, or they're not realistic, especially for the rural counties. So, anything we can do to be at the table and be in discussion, I fully support Campbell and you guys working on that. So,
I mean, our development team really takes a unified approach with fire. We don't want to work against them. They're a part of our team that speaks into the comments we provide back to developers. And these types of regulations will hinder our ability to work together in those scenarios.
I mean, this says it clearly, no build areas is what it's going to do. And when you look at, we have the maps in our offices of how much Forest Service and private or in land and all that stuff. We're already precluded as far as what we can do with what we have. So this would just be a kick in the pants anyways, okay. Support it. Thank you.
Other comments, questions, Supervisor Haff?
Yeah, I've got several. This is really onerous, and it's been done very quickly, and I don't know what the word is. I'm not a very political person, so I'll just fill in the blank. Done very quickly. Their next meeting is happening Monday. And I have some talking points I want to read into so that people understand that this regulatory process that they're going through should include a multidisciplinary team of experts in all relevant fields, including local planners, public works directors, and elected officials to reach an informed and balanced product for fire safety. And that's not what's being done at all. So I want to make that very clear. Supervisor Kirk said, the proposed regulations would establish no-build zones throughout large swaths of California, including our area. And any area served by public roads deemed substandard by this Board of Forestry. Even on roads not deemed substandard, small projects involving the creation of even a single new parcel, no matter how large, or any change to a use permit or zoning, no matter how minor, would be required to upgrade public roads at the property owner's expense. Now, this even goes to commercial properties. If there was a restaurant in a burned out area, or even, let's say, not burned out area, they wanted to add a patio to be able to serve more people. If it was off of what was claimed to be substandard roads, it would prohibit that. So we've got a problem here. We've got a problem with a group that wants to ramrod this through. So we've got to be able to definitely, hopefully, our chairman will be able to be on this call on Monday, and they're going to be, according to RCRC, because this was a big topic of discussion at the RCRC meeting last week, there'll be a long line of other supervisors and hopefully other staff from counties talking about this, and hopefully they'll be receptive to slowing down the process and including more partners into this process. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm taking notes, so I'm fully planning on participating in the discussion on Monday. And the word you used that I think was very appropriate, and I made a point to write it down, is onerous. The speed at which it's being considered, and I don't know quite how to describe it, but it feels as though there's a view that people that live in communities like ours should find somewhere else to live, and that we and that to me is unacceptable. I mean, we like living here, and we have vibrant, thriving communities, and I don't think that legislation like this should be the way that we, force ideals on communities that already exist and have already found their own place in the world. So, yeah, I plan on advocating very strongly on our county's behalf, and I'm looking forward to any feedback or any additional information, and I'll work with staff to, if we need to go into more detail than what's listed in our letter of opposition, we can do that. I guess Supervisor Goldenberg, you had a comment?
Yeah, several comments. First of all, Supervisor Half articulated it very well. You know, the areas of concern, they're great. The impacts can be very severe to us. The idea of this is based on, to some extent at least, good things, right? You know, it's to protect people better. And so I get that part, and I appreciate it. After last fire season, you know, a lot of things are moving very quickly. And, you know, my concern is that this was potentially too politically driven. I do have concern that our board just received this less than a week before the Board of Forestry meeting. I'm not sure what happened there, but that our time to, you know, consider things that makes it pretty tough to, you know, to be able to. I'm hoping the drive, you know, with RCRC, you know, will have impact, and I guess the best thing that we can really hope for is that we get them to stall off, to, you know, to pull it from their agenda would be the ultimate, you know, thing, you know, or table it somehow and allow some people to get together that, you know, maybe have a little bit calmer minds and consider these impacts to see if we can modify this to still achieve what they're trying to achieve, but not have the negative impacts on their development. So, thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Any public comment on that? All right, so you want approval of the letter? Is that correct? And then for the chair to represent Board of Supervisors at the hearing at the Board of Forestry, State Board of Forestry.
Can I just add one other thing?
Sure.
The other concern our department has is not just that you all didn't have enough time to look at it, but it's that our contractors, our landowners, other folks who are interested in economic development had time to do on that, had time to look at this. And that's a big problem, because what's going to happen is if and when these regulations pass and they come into the building department, we're going to say no. I'm sorry, our hands are tied, we can't approve that. And so that's another huge concern that we have, is that that you don't even have to be in favor of development to be opposed to this. This could apply to a new deck, a re-roof, putting a bathroom in your house. So I think that it's really important that you, if you're able to reach out to any of your colleagues in the community who can also participate either Monday or send a letter by noon tomorrow, that we do that, because it's not just hearing from government agencies, it's hearing from the people on the ground who this is really going to affect. So sorry to interject that, Liz.
Good point.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell, could I just, couple things. I did forward these regulations to our biggest water providers, because we talks about hydrants, it talks about water, it talks about infrastructure, could affect them in a big way as well. The other thing is because of the timing of this, we as staff have not had time to even reach out to our state representatives to see where are they on this? Are they going to be supportive of the counties and their concerns, or are they in support of this legislation? And I can't answer that. So that would be something else that we will do in the process of getting this ready, is reaching out to our state representatives and asking them where they're at with this regulation, and that they would support counties to at least push this off for a bit so we have time to actually have an interactive process to just make for further discussion.
This letter goes to our legislators, but I would recommend a phone call.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'd like to move
All right,
that we approve the attached letter to the California Board of Forestry. And we further recommend the board to authorize the board chair to speak on behalf of the Board of Supervisors during this public comment period on Monday, March 22nd.
okay, motion by Supervisor Haft, to have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Goldenberg. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Liz.
Ryan, that's for you.
All right, so I think we are on to reports. Is that correct?
Reports.
Okay. So I'll look to the CAO. Any reports? Okay.
I just have a few. I'm sure that your board is really aware of the items where my office staff was presenting hemp, the ADU. That's taken a substantial amount of time the last few weeks. We've also been prepping for oral argument in a appellate case, a juvenile dependency appellate case, assisting the grand jury as the new grand jury is coming on board. That's one of our duties. We've got the active litigation with Terra V and Under Canvas, so we're continually working on that, and the Public Records Act request that goes along with both of those litigation matters. And then I also just wanted to take a moment to thank Chris in my office, and then also Liz Peterson, for the really monumental work that they did in order to get the JPA for the fire partial tax completed in a really short time frame. And Liz was so positive that we could accomplish this task. I was definitely doubting it because it was such a short time frame, but she really kept us going, and Chris just did the heavy lifting with a lot of the documents. So I just wanted to thank both of them, because we know it was a board goal, but they threw themselves into it and were able to complete it. And I just wanted to make sure that they got the kudos they deserve.
Thank you very much. Board Clerk, any reports today?
No report, Supervisor.
Okay. I think I started with Supervisor Brandon last week, so I will start at the other end with Supervisor Haff this week.
Okay, I've got several things. First of all, and I was glad it came up with Supervisor Kirk about the hazardous vegetation problem on lots. I have been working with some people over in Groveland that are up in arms, and as they have been for years, about a vacant 26 acres. And I'm hoping that, I know we're working on the fire advisory board, and there's a process there, but this is rising to a level where I'm visualizing, you know, the huge risk that's out there in a firestorm that could happen, and it would trap people in their homes if they were at home. So I'm hoping at some point that I've already talked to County Council about this, that we can escalate this hazardous vegetation problem to a level where we can start working on it sooner rather than later. And secondly, I have had interest expressed through the Lake Don Pedro Recreation Agency. Now, that's an agency run by TID, And they are looking into possibly developing some TID property. That's all I'll say about it right now, but they've registered interest, and when they have more information, I'll be possibly coming back and reporting more, but I'd just like to state that for the record right now. I do have something to hand out to you. I know we've all been watching the relief package, the COVID relief package, and I have just a short synopsis of it, what it means, that I'd like to hand. It's a summary of that to each one of you. And the Board of Forestry item that we just went over, item 19, took a large part of my time during this past week. We have updates from RCRC on broadband. They're advocating for it, and I won't go into that right now. They've got a utopia model that they're looking at from Utah that maybe eventually I'll bring back, but it has to do with building municipalities or jurisdictions, building middle mile projects, and it being open access, which means that any other provider could finish it off, and it could be a smorgasbord of different internet service providers to the final destination. So it's something we may want to look at in the future. And also something that I was not aware of, I knew that there was a problem, long-standing problem, but it's in our area. We have Frontier that is going through bankruptcy. I knew there was a problem because they weren't fixing things and that kind of stuff. California is the last place where they're working out the details of the bankruptcy. And I wanted to read a few little points about that. There's 3 settlement agreements, and the California is the last one. And they're going to be required, in California, they're going to be required to build fiber to premises to 350,000 homes. Now, I don't know all the different locations where Frontier is, but I know it's in District 3. So it's important to know and to get ahead of and get some details about that when we can. It is up for a vote on the 18th, so in a couple of days it'll be up for a vote, and then we might know more. And the California Emerging Technology Fund will work with Frontier. So more on that when I know more. The last thing I'd like to report out on is I would like to see with our number one goal, which is our fire advisory committee that we're going to be appointing. I'd like to see something worked out in advance, or us to be able to talk about who we're going to recommend before we actually do the recommending. I would like us to, okay, this is the deal. It's hard for me to explain this. We want to have the best team possible for this group. We want to have an effective team. We want to have a well-represented team, one of diversity. If I decide the best person for my district is somebody who is a CERT team leader, and unbeknownst, because of the Brown Act, unbeknownst to Supervisor Brandon, he's picked the same type of person, different person, but they're also a CERT team leader. We're not getting the diversity that we need. And the other thing that I've been thinking about is we want to have a quorum each and every time that they meet. And this is a problem sometimes with commissions and committees or advisory committees, that they don't have the quorum, so they can't move forward. We want to be proactive. We want to move forward. So we may want to consider having an alternate. So if the primary person that we appoint can't be there, that the alternate can. So anyway, those are the types of things that I've been thinking, and I wanted to report out to you on. I think when we do bring this back, we've got to have these discussions before we decide who. And how we work that out, how the process is, I don't know, but I think we need to talk about it. That's it.
You do a good job on reports. I'm so used to just keeping it short. I did my regular scheduled committees, commissions. One thing that was interesting, Adventist Health brought up in yes partnership meeting was that Tuolumne County is being evaluated for a blue zone. As far as up and down the state, basically looking at community to pour into for education, for resources. So there's going to be more on that. And basically it's looking at Tuolumne County and saying we think it's a great place to live and thrive. And so it's going to be an interesting conversation moving forward. I'm looking at my calendar just full of meetings and commissions, but I'll keep it short for today. So thank you guys.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Goodness. Well, I'm still focusing my efforts on two main areas, and I concentrate on those every day, and that's still looking at all issues COVID, anything that I can do to keep things moving to, help get, vaccinations, get word out to the public. Been having a lot of discussions with our OES coordinator, Dory, and she's just been doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Dory. Yeah, and fire, right? Here we are mid-March and Supervisor Half just hit it, right? Time's critical. We don't have a lot of time. And we get lulled into these senses, right? It's been raining, it's been snowing downtown yesterday, and people kind of, they let the fire thing escape. And we can't do that. We got to keep that pressure on and keep moving every place that we can. Other than that, lots of committees. Tuolumne County Arts, we met this last week. New supervisor training was CSAC. We had some good sessions there. Natural Resources Committee. My wife and I joined League of Women Voters and participated in a meeting. And in fact, Liz also joined on the same meeting. And what a good organization. They do a lot of stuff here in the county. They really help our elections department and helped with candidate forums and lots of things. So good group. Glad to be a part of that. And the last thing was I got my second shot last week, so I'm fully vaccinated, and my wife gets hers hopefully this Saturday. So thank you.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
All right. I am quite sore from all the trash pickup we've been doing at the Lowe's site. For anybody watching, please go check it out. It's on Facebook, and there's a Facebook group with one pile at a time. But after just 2 days of one of the biggest cleanups in the history of the county, especially volunteer cleanups, it is looking immaculate. I made a joke, clean enough to eat off of, probably not, but clean enough to picnic on. It looks like it should have, and looks like it's intended to. So it's getting to be really good. We'll be out there for another half day cleaning up and then taking away some of the bags. We have some small mountains of garbage bags piled up there of everything we've removed. So I'm really proud of that and the future projects that they're looking at. As normal, I attended several different meetings that were in my district. The Columbia Area Advisory Commission, which Supervisor District 5 sits on, a promotion club for Jamestown, the Tuolumne Mining District, where I am an at-large board member, as well as the Tuolumne County Business Council, Executive Council invited me for a presentation. I also enjoyed the supervisor training. I thought it was, really great. We don't get a lot of time always to be able to talk to a lot of the people who are facing similar learning curves to us and be able to see what they're working on. It was very interesting also to learn about just, we talk about a lot of these state costs shifted onto county governments, but we don't always know the specific steps of how we got there. And it really shows that, history wasn't just a few points. It was constant back and forth and fighting between, we've always had this local versus state kind of issue that we are, a war that we're fighting right now. We had a really good behavioral health advisory board meeting, and we're discussing our bylaws. We're almost full for the first time in a long time, and a little bit of discussion on Lora's Law, which I think we'll be coming back up with into the future. But I'm really proud of that because that is becoming a work group and a real reliable body to have conversations, from a diverse area of the public. Also had the Housing Policy Committee. I was very happy with that. The membership there represents 2 supervisors, Chairman Campbell and myself. We have Habitat for Humanity. We have Association of Realtors. We have the builders. Some really good people. And we identified our upcoming work plan for the year, which I believe will be coming to the board here. Important to me that some of the things in there are exploring things that I talked about in the campaign, which is mixed use for commercial developments, allowing housing on commercial property potentially, as well as looking at our planning and permitting process to see what can we do to make it more efficient, ministerial, and at least start those discussions is very important. Lastly, I had a really great meeting with public health and behavioral health. I got the tour, was able to ask questions of them, and I can't say enough just how impressed I am with their work. They were handed a hard situation, doing all these other things, dropping that, moving on, and to a vaccine hesitant area to achieve the success they've been able to get and the community trust that they've built up. It's phenomenal. And so it was great to ask them a bunch of questions, and as I try to do to our staff and other departments, we have a board that, has, let's say, a limited number of experience as far as serving on this body. And I always say it's a double-edged sword, right? We have the opportunity to be different and to change and think independently, and yet we also need to learn what their ideas are from these experts and challenging them to say, what can we do to help you operate more efficiently, work more collaboratively, and do more things for our community, especially as we come out of COVID and prepare for what's the next thing. So that's my report.
All right, thank you very much for that. I also wanted to, I guess I'll just start where I can start. I wanted to thank the League of Women Voters also. They asked me to speak at one of their meetings, and I think I was one of the early adopters or early signups, so we're glad to have you aboard, David, and participated in the Tuolumne County Transportation Council with Supervisor Half. And some of the things that Supervisor Half had mentioned, and thank you very much for just working with RCRC on the impacts of the Federal Recovery Act, the stimulus package for COVID-19. I've been doing the same thing except with our partners at CSAC. And so I'll be sure to share, we're hoping to get some more analysis on what's going to impact our county. It looks like there will be impacts in a variety of areas, from secure, counties that qualify for secure rural schools or payment in lieu of taxes, which I know is very important to most of us, I think, hopefully all of us, so it's good. I mean, it's we don't know yet what the true impacts will be, but the fact that our partners on the federal side of government are aware of these things and paying attention and putting some of that language in this legislation shows that at least we are seen, and at least the problems of rural counties like ours are seen and on some level appreciated, and that doesn't always happen. So I'm very hopeful and positive about the future. I also, I had planned to mention it this morning during the report on COVID-19, but I forgot, and so I'm going to take this opportunity to thank Sierra Bible Church. Really, that location and the way we've been able to run the vaccination pods, I don't know that we could have done it better anywhere else. And that the fact that they step up time and time again and help work with public health to make those things run smoothly. I haven't heard a single negative thing about the process out there. So really grateful to them for partnering with us, and grateful to public health for the work that they're doing. And I also I kind of wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors. It's been, it's only been a few months here, and I really have enjoyed the discussion and the challenges, and the what I've learned in the past few months has been tremendous, and so I'm very grateful for that, and for each of you coming on Tuesdays and giving it your all, and I think we really are moving this county in a very, very positive direction. So I think that is the end of our list for today, so I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you all very much, and have a great rest of your week.